important that as far as.
I see it.
So if you have any great.
Other trucking companies, we've looked at even the energy companies, you know. I think there's some federal laws on going over with billboards on the side of it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well, you can convert highways everywhere and you see signs everywhere. Why can't you not?
Absolutely. So this has been a top priority for our commission. So thanks, Director, for reminding me. To date, they have put in $2.5 million into those two projects that will go to construction this summer. And they've really asked others to step up to the plate. And not just our traditional folks, quite a few in the room today, but non-traditional folks, because we really feel this is an area that a lot of people can jump on board. We've had some success, as much as unique as having an artist in the state do a fundraiser and contribute funds, but not a lot. We'd like to see more of those non-traditional partners come into play.
I just want to acknowledge Larry here. I don't often give him any credit for anything. he was able to kind of shepherd some of the governor's requests, 75 million, I think, is in the budget on the WWNRT, and another 10 million for wildlife crossing matches is in the budget. So, you know, as you folks on the task force or otherwise, you know, reach out to your legislators and say this is important to try to hold that in the budget so we have that money going forward.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
great.
All right. I think we've reached the time in the agenda. If Pat were here, he would have said, why didn't we get here 3 hours ago?
You want to make a motion.
He would want to make a motion. After all this rich information and perspectives from the public and everything else, I just want to remind us, as we're working through these issues, we've seen how issue 2 and issue 3 are coming together for increasing access and opportunity, and then also supporting landowners. And just remind you, I kind of broke things out this way last time, thinking about how do we sustain habitat and wildlife health without bankrupting landowners, right? Because it doesn't do us any good if they have to sell out or break up their land or whatever else. How do we get more hunters legal access to otherwise inaccessible land, right? Corner jumping lived here, but there's lots of other ways for access. How do we ensure distribution of the resource without bankrupting game and fish or the state, right? So how do we divvy up opportunity? And then the last one that kind of brings it all for full circle is thinking about landowner tags. And this is like a really subset or a really interesting example where it fits all of them. Thinking about how do we change it to avoid abuse, thinking about how we might inadvertently be fragmenting habitat if things are getting divided up, and thinking about this as a percentage of the quota, getting back to this fair distribution, and also thinking about how these landowner tags are useful for sustaining the habitat and then a piece of it, right? So I don't know, but I think the group is going to want to talk about this next today. Is that fair that addressing the subcommittee's work on landowner tags is where we want to go next? Or is there a pocket of solutions we want to mess around with in one of the other topics? I'm thinking this is where we're most ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, subcommittee work or hearing from that subcommittee?
I think we need to hear from that subcommittee,
Okay.
at least the executive,
The summary.
summary.
Good.
Yeah.
So before we jump into that, and I know Pat sent out a draft to that, we posted it, and we've gotten a lot of public feedback. I want to offer an analogy to help you think about how we work through it. I'd like you to imagine that we've all been collectively dropped in the middle of a junkyard that is a massive expanse, and we are stuck and have to build a machine to get our way out. And we are surrounded by obstacles, but those obstacles are also tools that we can grab and start putting things together to get our way out of this darn junkyard, right? as some of you pick up solutions, like, oh, I've got a part that can help address this problem and get us over that hill of trash or whatever. Some people are like, no, that's a terrible idea. Put that wheel down, right? And other people are like, yes, that's exactly the tool we need. I'm asking us to embrace this journey with the spirit of curiosity of how might this tool help us, or how might that tool help us to get us over these different obstacles, right? For example, on the landowner tags, adjusting the lot size, right? That's one way that we might address fragmentation and abuse, right? It might also shift the percentage of the quota. Obviously, that has other consequences, right? And impacts different people in different ways. So as we wrestle with those, I just invite you to do so with the spirit of curiosity, because ultimately it's going to be a cobbled together mix of solutions, right? That hopefully strike the right balance to get us through, right? And to get us out of the junkyard. But those different pieces and those different options that we pick up along the way, they might work in different combinations, and we have to be creative and resourceful as we do so, right? I hope the analogy is useful. I'm not sure if it is, but we'll try. Larry, and then I'd like to, I don't know who's going to speak. I think Brian was going to speak for that subcommittee to kind of show their work and how we got to here, and floating the ideas that you have. Larry, what are you going to say?
Well, I just want to know who the junkyard dog is. Maybe he's not here today.
He's been referred to that many, many times.
All right. Who all participated? I think we had a conversation last time, like no subcommittees, and then, oh wait, actually, yeah, we want to do this. There's one project in the subcommittee. If this is fruitful today, we can see if it makes sense, especially since we won't be meeting again until late March, to slice off some more of these things, and make some progress in February through this type of structure. But Brian, why don't you kick us off, talk about who was on the group and how you worked and what the latest is.
So folks may remember that we heard, first of all, this issue came up last June, when we first started discussing what options might be on the table for the task force to grapple with. Landowner license issuance has been something that certainly the department has heard about for years. The legislature has heard about it for years. And so this group decided that it should be a topic that we address. And when we dove into and looked at kind of what the traditional purposes of landowner licenses have been, and where, what are some of the issues that have precipitated a need to at least have a discussion about changing that. I think we came together on a couple different things. Number one, since day one, we've talked about opportunity and the demand for hunting opportunity in Wyoming is increasing exponentially at the same time that the product we have to offer, in many cases, with the exception of maybe elk, as we heard this morning, is decreasing. And so you have this interesting thing where folks, that especially younger folks that are just getting into hunting, are frustrated because they don't have either they're just getting in and they want opportunity and they can't draw a license, or with some of our older constituents, older hunters in Wyoming, they used to draw. I'll give antelope as an example. They used to draw an antelope license every year. Now they got to wait 5 or 6 years to draw. So part of this was an opportunity issue. Certainly, the commission, when they initially started issuing landowner licenses, it's mentioned both in the statute and the regulation. It was a recognition for a couple things. One, landowners providing habitat. And number two, to give those landowners that provide habitat an opportunity to hunt on their own land. Now, while commission regulation doesn't require that, that's specifically stated in the regulation. That's part of the purpose that the commission decided upon. I think we did landowner an update to this, no major updates, but some updates about, I'm going to say it's about 20 years ago. So we also received some public comment. We received public comment, if you recall, from the Stock Growers Association. We received a presentation from the department that provided us some of that data. Some of you may remember, we've referred to this several times, the bar graph of the size of properties and how many landowner licenses are issued to different sizes of ranches. We evaluated other public comment. We heard from folks that I specifically remember one where we had one of our local members here, one of our local constituents talk about you know, having small acreages, but providing access to thousands of acres of land. So anyway, all this kind of went into, hey, you know, this small group, it was Pat Crank and I that kind of started this thing. We ran it through Lisa, Larry, and Lee. Is there anybody else that I forgot there? Oh, and Pete weighed in a little bit too. So anyway, we threw out kind of the major components of the regulation that have at least been discussed, or where there have been recommendations that have come from the public or from other the commissioner, the legislature. The other thing I'll tell you that part of this was, if you remember, Craig Smith provided a presentation on an internal study that the department did here several years ago and wrote a report on, with no real recommendations, but several sets of different options. So all of that was kind of used to throw out this first set of ideas for all of you to start to kind of kick off the discussion, I guess. I'll start with the minimum property size. First, I will tell you that 1,000 acres is what many of my attorney friends would say arbitrary and capricious. It is. I mean, it's a number, you know, part of some of our previous discussions, you know, we've identified the fact that if the minimum acre size was even a little bit higher, it would reduce the number of landowner tags that are issued, because there is a lot of landowner licenses issued kind of on the lower end of acreages. And so, you know, that was one. The other thing that came up several times was the equity issue. So a landowner that provides habitat for, you know, 100,000 acres of habitat for wildlife receives the same number of licenses as that landowner that provides 160 acres of habitat. Those all came into the discussion as well. 1,000 acre, I mean, I think Stock Growers recommended a section, 640 acres. 1,000 acres was basically taking this graph right here and saying, well, if you go to bar, you know, the third bar on the graph, you would probably decrease the number of landowner licenses issued by about a third if you went to 1,000, just as a starting point again. The other thing that I think is really worthy of discussion, especially with some of the public comment we heard this morning, and that, I'll tell you what, I was worried about throwing this thing out a week or two before this meeting, because I was worried a couple things. The right people wouldn't have an opportunity to see it, comment on it. And it was just too early on. We hadn't cooked this thing very well yet. But I'll tell you, the desired response was achieved. I mean, we got a lot of comment, and that's good. That's what we really wanted to achieve with that before we had this more broad discussion with the whole group, not just the subcommittee. So one of the points I wanted to make too, that this isn't germane to the argument or germane to this discussion, is, you know, we'll take Area 7 as an example. It's been talked about a lot. We've had a lot of folks here. A member of the public, if just by the averages, has an opportunity to draw that bull license once every 4 years. It ranges between once every 4 and once every 5. We have some areas of the state that are highly coveted that it's once every 10 years. And so the only reason I bring that up is the value to non-landowners of these licenses is extremely high. People really are invested in trying to figure out how they can get these opportunities. In the area we've talked about a lot, they get by the averages once every 4 years. So anyway, the first, I already talked about the first increasing 160 acres to 1,000. I definitely think, especially after the public comment we've heard, we need to have a really good discussion about what makes the most sense with that. And I do want to recognize too quickly, I know we've got at least 2 other folks that are going to comment after we lay this out. I don't know when you're going to want to do it, Mr. Chairman, but we'll have to figure out when we weave in the other public comment. The other thing we heard from stock growers that we included in this was, you know, hey, we have a lot of ranches in Wyoming where you've got a non-resident landowner who doesn't work the land every day, who comes out once a year and visits, but the people that are actually out working the land every day, that are doing the work to provide the habitat, are those ranch managers. And a recommendation from stock growers to include some provision that would allow a long-term ranch manager to be qualified in the same category as immediate family. So in other words, a landowner gets 2 elk licenses as an example, if they so chose. they could give one to their son and one to the ranch manager. The other thing that we looked at was this whole subdivision issue. Right now, if you have one share in a corporation that owns a ranch, you qualify as a landowner applicant and could receive one of those two licenses. And so, and this group discussed that. There was definitely many members that thought that was an issue. So what we looked at was, how do you keep that limited to just the folks that are really actually truly the people that are responsible for the land, individuals that have a real significant interest in the land. And we identified that as 20%. So, you know, and there's a lot of discussion. There was a disagreement, actually, we landed here, but disagreement about what that number should be. Should it be a majority? And the scenario I'll paint for you with the majority is, if you have mom and dad running the ranch, and when they die, they're going to leave the ranch in thirds to their 3 children. Under that scenario, none of the 3 children would qualify for a license. And a lot of ranches that's how their estate planning is structured, to build a trust, but then, you know, the children, 3, 4, 5 children have the interest in the ranch. So we landed on 20%. Again, that number is really thinking about it as a typical kind of family unit and what a lot of trusts in Wyoming look like. We looked at really tightening down the description of what it really means to subdivide for the purposes of obtaining landowner licenses. You know, it was brought up earlier by one of the commenters that, you know, they questioned whether that's even enforced. And it is extremely difficult to enforce or make any kind of a case on that. You know, when landowners do, and we know of cases where it's been done, where they subdivide so that everybody has a piece and they all take the same ranch, instead of getting 2 licenses, they get 10. You know, it's not like they write that on a piece of paper and put it in the newspaper and say, this is what we're doing. It's all internal family discussions, and frankly, it's really not appropriate from my perspective for the game and fish or the government to be getting into the middle of people's business about how the purposes they're managing their land. And so anyway, we felt like tightening down that definition. It's very legal. Pat wrote that. There's a lot of legalese in there, but it does help, I think, provide a more enforceable mechanism there. The other thing it did is to scale landowner license issuance based on the number of acres owned, and then secondly, by the amount of access provided. So that was a big topic in the discussions we had. So and we had public comment to the effect of, we have one local landowner here that, again, has, I think, 320 acres, 300 to 500, somewhere in there. They provide access to thousands of acres of public land in a hard to draw area in Area 19. So what we looked at there is, you know, anybody who qualifies and meets the minimum requirements, they get 2 landowner licenses. But then if you want to qualify for an additional one based on acreage size, you have to provide access to at least half of your deeded acres, or an equivalent amount of access on public land that through your private land. So if you have a 20,000 acre ranch and you allow access into 10,000 acres of public land, then you would qualify for another license. And that, we capped that at 5. Again, it's a starting point. I think that's wide open for discussion. It does direct the department to do an evaluation on landowner eligibility, even for those that have been receiving them for years and years and years, to do that on at least an every 5-year basis. And then the last thing I didn't mention when I talked about minimum acreage size was to address some of the public comment we heard. We included in there a provision that you could qualify for landowner licenses with 160 acres if you provided access to public land to a certain level. I got to find what that number is, but it was a significant amount, 1,000 acres. Yeah. So that's a summary. Everybody got that on an email. And I'll just kind of end there, and I'm sure there's lots of questions and discussion we have on that. I don't know if we want to break it up into parts, Mr. Chairman, and talk acreage size first, if we want to talk about subdivision first, if we want to, or we want to throw out new ideas that weren't included in the proposal.
So, if I may, with your permission, one suggestion would be to say, look at this as like a beginning cobbled together. What do we think about this solution? And just identify, what do we like about it? What do we see like, oh, I can see how this is helping solve X problem. And then say, ooh, I have some misgivings about maybe some of the other aspects of it. If we can see what the sense in the room of what are some of the keeper parts of this and what are some of the parts that we feel less settled about, I think that might give us direction for where we need to do the most tinkering. Is that all right? Can I use one facilitator trick really fast? Before we open it up to the large group, I wonder if you could have a quick conversation with somebody you're sitting next to. It can be a group of 2 or 3, and just say what stands out to you that you like, and what parts are you like, ooh, a little more unsettled about. Just quickly with a partner, and then we'll hear from the rest of the group. Is that all right? I usually make people do this stuff all the time, and that's my first time with you all. Take a little group of 3. Todd, if you could mute the microphone so new people aren't hearing. Yeah. So I'm gonna check in with everybody on this. What I'm asking you to do here is starting to apply this criteria of what are we looking for? What do we like about these things, so we can keep tweaking it. I put up a list of things that you might be looking for. I appreciated in the wildlife crossings the criteria they applied for biological goodness and human health. I think about this. Is it good for the resource? Is it good for resident hunters? Is it good for agriculture and working lands, right? Thinking about these criteria, so as you look at these different options, you can see how they're meeting or not meeting those. Tell me, let's start with the good stuff. What are some positives from this proposal? Just give me one thing, because we'll go around. Something that stood out to you all as positive from this proposal?
Well, I think one of the real positive things is going back and evaluating all the landowner license deals to make sure that they qualify in the existing program.
Uh-huh.
And 2008 is a pretty big part of that. But I also think it should be the landowner's responsibility to be able to provide the right information.
Okay.
That the game and fish can be assured that impact.
Good. So it addresses some of that potential abuse, like this is a benefit, and if you're not providing that benefit, then you shouldn't qualify.
And I think it was the 6th point that they will be evaluated every 5 years. But putting the onus on the landowner in that 5-year period, right, to collect the evidence.
Good.
So there's not more burden on game and fish.
Good. Appreciate that. Let's hear from this group. Something that stood out to you as positive from this proposal. Not bad.
Here's how the conversation went. Sai says, I like it. Larry says, I hate it. Then they look at me.
How did that feel, Joe? Sai, what was something that you liked about it, if that's how it started?
Well, I think I originally liked the new acreage,
Okay.
but during our discussion, I think there's a much better idea, which I'm gonna give Larry credit for bringing this up, and that is, as rather than look at minimum acreage, look at the amount of animal use, period, regardless of the acreage size. And I think that, but I don't think 2,000 animal days is enough of a threshold. I would clarify that it needs to be higher, but the minimum amount of acreage is not really, let's forget about that.
Okay.
Let's just look at how much usage there is.
Okay.
And Larry brought up a great example of a farm that's sitting here with 300, 400 acres, has 50 head of animal on it year round. And then his neighbor has 2,000 acres next to it and never has an animal.
Right.
So who's got the usage?
Okay.
We had the exact same.
Yeah. Cool. So that the acreage is the wrong criteria to be using. That it's really about
And
usage.
that's new for me.
Okay.
I was not there until just.
Look at you being open to new ideas. Anything else that stood out? Anything else that you like?
Well, another component that's not there that I think there's agreement between Larry and I for sure is the fact that we need to, whatever formula we come, whatever amount of licenses that are going out to landowner tags, it needs to not affect the resident or the non-resident quotas. It needs to be its own quota. So when Adam looks at his orders and says there's 100 resident licenses in there, there's 100 resident licenses in there. And then if you're a non-resident landowner versus a resident landowner, you still get your license out of that same landowner quota, whatever that, however we come up with that. It doesn't matter what your state of residency is, you're still a landowner.
Yeah, but
Okay, so there's something in there that we want to tweak. I'm gonna challenge you to tell me what you like about this proposal before we get into the modifications
No,
from it.
I just want to clarify.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not gonna add anything.
That's okay.
I gotta understand what they just said.
Yeah.
So you would, let's just say, wildlife managers go out on the ground, they determine the quota should be 500 licenses. And then from that, they determine, because that's a biological thing. From that, they say, so much goes to resident, non-resident hunters, and then this pool over here goes to landowners, and those numbers remain static no matter what.
Or some formula thereof. What I mean by that is, I would challenge the department in a significant number of cases around the state where landowner licenses are issued to show me that there's a biological significance in the 15, 18, 20 animal licenses that go to landowners versus the 400 or 500 quota that's already there. I think in most instances, the game fish is going to see there's no biological significance to the number of tags that are being issued to landowners. It shouldn't be affecting the resident quota, and it should not be affecting the non-resident quota. It should be on its own legs.
And in other counties, I'm thinking about some of the areas where the portion of available tags that goes to landowners is super, super high, that you would maybe create a cap or something that landowners would be in a draw or something like that.
Yeah.
So that when John Q. Public puts in for his license and says there's 20 animal licenses, he checks the draws at the end of the year and it shows there was only 12 issued to residents. That's wrong.
Okay.
It's gotta say, it's gotta be those 12.
So we need to iron out the mechanics, but the idea is thinking about how that's impacting the resident draw and the proportion that are going to
And
resident draw.
non-resident.
Okay.
I was just clarifying.
No,
I've
no, I
got
appreciate
lots of Counterpoints, but
That's okay. We'll get there. We'll get there. Anything else that you liked from this group about the proposal?
Yeah, I think at some point in time, getting back to the acreage limitation, which is, a graduated number of landowner permits. Again, it should be evaluated based on the carrying capacity and the actual numbers that are out there. And so if you've got 3,000 and maybe animal use days, that qualifies you for one landowner permit. If you've got 25,000 animal use days, maybe you ought to get more than just one or two. So that, again, that's a biological driven base. And I understand it'll be as much as an art form as a pure science. But I think when you look at that component of it, that should help drive it. Now that being said, you can't do that until you go back to what
the other one.
I just said, because you have to also look at, you have particular units around the state that the number of eligible landowner tags could eat up the entire quota.
Right.
So before you go to there, first you have to probably set that landowner quota before you can just say, well, we have to have a graduated system, because that very well could, in numerous cases.
Okay.
100% of those permits will go to those
Okay.
landowners.
So it sounds like it addresses the issue of fairness, equity, that you proportionally get better benefit for more habitat benefit. But that you still want to make sure you're addressing the fairness of how the resource is distributed in that.
Yeah, I think Dwayne said it was, he wants to see an equitable distribution of resource.
I think that's exactly what he said. How about here, Rusty and Josh, what stood out to you as a positive from this?
That's a good one.
All right, not you can pass. If there was really nothing in this that lit your fire, it's okay to pass. But if it's something that's moving in the right direction, we just want to acknowledge that.
I think it's moving in the right direction. I think we had some conversation about I would say a clarification on what sign and what that conversation was, and Albert alluded to it earlier. If there's a certain amount of, if there's a limited quota area that a certain amount of tags of whatever percentage is going to to landowners, that we cap that, and then it goes into a landowner draw above that. I mean, we've seen it, doesn't happen very often, but there's actually no licenses available in certain antelope areas, but people put in for it. Well, that's really kind of misleading. That hasn't happened for a long time, quite a while. And with our numbers going down, it could potentially happen more, with lower mule deer and antelope numbers. So, I think that's something that should be talked about. I think that maybe makes it easier on your guys' end. If there's a certain amount, at least you can put that number out there and no more than this amount is going to go to landowners. And then those landowners, if there's more than that, they go into a draw. But, I think as far as Pat's language on the subdivision issue and I think that tightening into that language in those, I think that we're open to that. I think that's decent language. I'm not an attorney, so I don't know how much of that, is going to stick.
But the language on the subdivision seems like it's moving in the right direction to prevent the abuse that we think might be happening.
Certainly the intent is there. I think that the 20% is still probably an arbitrary number, but they did some background into that. So I'm okay with that. And then that, I think it's on the right track. We think it's on the right track.
Okay, so it's subdivision and ownership, preventing that abuse and making sure that it's not just a 1% share. Good. Tony and Ogden, something that stood out that you liked?
Well, again, we felt like maybe the arbitrary number of acres is probably not the way to go, that it would be better to, as somebody else, I think it was Larry or whoever these guys are here, that it ought to be based on animal days or animal use days, and because there are a lot of smaller parcels that are very key to wildlife habitat and to these species well-being. And so, we didn't feel like you could take that away. So we need to take a good look at that. We like the hard look every 5 years, and I know it puts additional responsibility on the wildlife managers, but I think maybe we could clean up some of the abuse if the landowners knew that they were going to be looked at every 5 years, or on a rotating basis, if that's the case, and maybe we could clean some of that up.
Okay, good. I'm thinking about that as you speak about it, that thing about drought and just ebb and flow of things over time. You might not have critters on your land anymore, and you've been getting landowner tags for ages. So having that every 5 years checked, that makes a lot of sense with the dynamic climate we have. All right, Lee, Brian.
Well, we're going to be good students, and you've been asking for what we thought positive out of this.
Please. You noticed that I was ready to go, knowing that none of you would actually follow the rules, and that I was ready for that. You're welcome.
Full-time employee, that's we'll go for the
yeah.
hanging fruit. That was good. The change in percentage of ownership, we thought was good. And some sort of sliding scale, like over there, Director.
Then the only other thing at the end there was looking at the existing standard and having a discussion about retroactive versus
Grandfathered in.
So a question about that, of how these changes would be applied.
Yeah, not really a common, like a final set of this is what it should be, but just that's out there and we should discuss it.
Yeah. Good. Certainly heard from that in the public comment today, right? That had purchased land with certain expectations. So thinking about any of these changes, whatever they are, if they're retroactive or grandfathered in, or how that would work. Okay, good. I think you three were all together. Anything you liked that stood out?
A lot of those are already up there,
Okay.
but I think we kind of spend most of our time on subdivision in the ownership percentages.
Okay.
We tried to think about what we thought was broke.
Mm-hmm.
And most of our discussion, it falls on the fact that it's being abused,
Mm-hmm.
in that, it's not necessarily the size of the land is necessarily what it's being abused. It's the privilege to hunt the whole area and the subdivision for just the hunting rights. It's not for the people that talk today to hunt their own properties. And we felt that the quality of habitat was more important than the size of the acreage.
So,
I'd just like that, I guess, on the scalability. I am such an opponent of scalability.
meaning more tags
How
for
many
more.
type 1 tags does a dude need?
I don't care. I mean, how many 350-inch pullouts do you want to shoot every year? Without just saying I'm a greedy SOB. Because that's what that boils down to, really. How many hundreds of pounds of meat does one family have to put in a freezer all off of pullout tags, right? Like if it's a management issue, let's start talking about landowner cow calf licenses, doe fawn licenses, if it's a management issue. And then we can talk scalability. But type ones, no thank you. Not even.
So I'm hearing a strong reservation of like fairness in the scale is one thing, but if that's all for type 1 licenses, that seems out of whack. And that if you want to add more licenses as a benefit, talk about cow calf perhaps instead. Okay. There was something that you all just touched on. Oh, thinking about hunting on your own land versus getting access to the whole area. I'm wondering, that wasn't something that we had touched on here. I'm wondering what the feeling in the group is. Larry and then Adam.
I think that's the low hanging fruit when it comes to landowner issues right now. And the issue that I keep hearing over and over again is, you know, if you qualify for the landowner tag, hunt your own land. And I think there's other states that bifurcate those out and say, if you qualify for a landowner tag because those animal units are there during hunting season, you gotta stay on that property.
Okay.
And there's other places where we've discussed this before, where you may winter 1,000 elk and don't have a single one on you during the hunting season, and those ought to be unit wide. So I think the quickest thing that we could at least start to coalesce around as a group is that you have two types of landowner tags, one for private lands only and one for unit wide.
So
I don't know what everybody else, but for me, that's something I think that we can probably start to come around and get our hands around and start moving this sequentially down the road. But I just think that's an area that we ought to tackle.
Okay, good. So when you think about the privileges that you get and the original intent of it, if you want to maybe make adjustments, tweaking that. Right now it allows people access unit wide, but maybe having two types, some that allow you to only hunt on your own land and others that would let you go more broadly. It seems like that's a part of what's in there now, but that the unit wide, it's not in there at all. Okay, sorry. Adam had a comment on this and then Albert.
No, Larry.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that testimony does matter because coming in, I wanted to raise that acreage. And then after the testimony that resonated the best with me was, you know, if I don't get my tag, you know, is it worth holding this 160 acres or 320 acres or 400 acres together? And am I better off to just subdivide it? And I think in the end, then wildlife is really hurt. If I don't agree that we should go below 160, but I do believe that fear is worth considering and that we need to take into consideration. So I thought that was a really good argument. And then I really like this idea of investigating. I don't know if Amanda like it, but is capping, you know, should we cap the percentage? I mean, you see in these notes anywhere from a couple of 3% landowner tags in an area to 70%. Right? You know, should there be a limit? And we've talked about this. Should there be a limit before you go into a landowner?
I think that's low hanging fruit.
Yeah.
I think that's where.
Good. So before we go into kind of the modifications, oh, Albert, got one more.
Yeah, one other. I just want everybody to think about it. So 2,000 use days, 3,000 use days. What happens as our populations go down and down and down and down and down? There was a time we got a small ranch, like 2,000 acres. I could have showed you, I don't know how many 10,000s of use days of mule deer in the winter. You know, I might struggle with 2,000 now. And I don't ever get a tag, but what we need to think about, it's more important, and this was, Adam got me on this, it's more important the preservation of habitat than it is the preservation of use. You know, the use days, we're looking at it in the wrong way. We always want to do data driven. Use days is not necessarily data driven. You still want to preserve that opportunity of habitat for when you do increase as well. And it's really some quality of habitat. So want us to think about that. If we have declining populations, it's kind of a weird deal. We still want that landowner to keep that piece of land intact. And is that, maybe he doesn't have 2,000, but maybe he's providing habitat that someday we'll have it again.
It's an interesting one where what's good for agriculture and working lands is good for the resource in that way. And even if the resource is declining, you don't want to be undermining this piece, because ultimately that's what's going to provide the habitat. Larry, and then Ogden.
Yeah, and I think so. I started out and I heard it over here. I don't know if it was Ogden or Tony. But so I think we also have to be forward looking. And so, the issue we're grappling with is subdivisions and ranching properties sold, primarily for this issue. So the demand's not going away for landowner tags. In fact, it's going to go up. And if we don't get our hands around this right now, the problem is going to get exacerbated. There's more people, we all want to keep our families, we want access to those resources. So the demand is only going to increase for these properties for residents and non-residents both. And so this is why I come back and say at some point in time, we can put all these restrictions on subdivisions. How do you make the department go out and require somebody to submit all the information, whether it's employee or all this stuff? So the administrative burden becomes very difficult to even prove that stuff. So that's why I come back to say at some point in time, you're going to have to look at this and say demand's going up. Get back to size thing. We need to make sure we're not cutting into those general public, particularly in those large public land units that have a minority of private land that are currently getting most of this tax. Because this has happened in my neck of the woods, where we see this going all the time. These places are being bought. So the landowner tags are going up. I think now is the time to talk about putting those in a cap, in a pool, and going to a draw. Because if you don't look down the road and know what's coming, that's one way that you can say, look, you're still got your acreage, you got your habitat units, it's all available. But you may have to come to the realization you're only going to get that tag once every 3 years. I think when that starts to happen, you'll start to take away some of that. Just go buy the place because I get an elk, deer, and antelope tag every year. Once you realize the opportunity may be only once or 2 or 3 years. But I'm looking out and saying we've got to deal with this issue right now. The total number of landowner tags that are going to be available, particularly in those public land units.
So I'm hearing both some urgency and some support here for capping the number or the percentage going to landowners, specifically in those hard to draw areas or places where landowner tags take up a big proportion. And thinking about that long term, can you create a solution now that even if a given area isn't currently over that threshold, that should it become so, that there's a mechanism in place for that. Ogden, you had a hand, and then Dwayne, and go ahead.
Tag on a little Larry, and I do think it's low hanging fruit. I think everybody agrees that if you're in an area that's 70% licensed from landowners, it's too much. You need to go ahead and do it. A couple other ones that kind of fall in. One, I think we really should consider, and it's not on game and fish, is you take a date set permanent and say, whatever size this is, there's only 2 landowner tags or whatever we come up with that go with this piece of ground. If you split it, my place is, let's say we got 25,000 acres. It says, at this point in time, that's all there is 2 licenses on that. So you put a box, and we already have it in our land transfer that says where do those 2 licenses go? Do they stay with the parent property or do they move? And that gets rid of the issue of selling off your ranch in 160s or 320s or 1000s. It says that's what you have as of this day. And we're not taking anything away from anybody. We're just doing it from future. And I think that's fair to do that. And it's not a burden. It's literally goes into the statutes and says, because we do it right now. When you sell land, you check boxes on. It says, where do those tags go? And they show right on the tax rolls. This piece of ground has 2 tags. This piece that got split off is not eligible for tags anymore. It's just gone. So
I think for lack of better descriptions, the equivalent would be a water right that it stays with.
Absolutely. And I think that's a potentially a low hanging fruit. Doesn't affect anybody that's there now. Doesn't affect the guys that got 160 or 900. It says you can't split your place again.
I have a question about that. that I'm hoping somebody smarter than me can answer. Let's say you did that. Let's say you split your property and said the landowner tags are going with this parcel doesn't have them. And then in 5-10 years, there isn't animal usage on this property, but there is animal usage over here. You're stuck. Okay. I was just hypothetically thinking, so what do you do over time?
I think there's a lot of things that go along with that. And I appreciate that.
That's how it would work with water rights, right?
Yeah, but I think that's very difficult to predict the future
Sure.
forever. And like you said with that, I think capping a, putting a percentage that goes to landowner tags is easy.
Yeah.
It solves that. If you're gonna split that.
I think you do them both.
I think you could do them both. I think that one might be hard 50 years from now.
I don't think so, because when you pick the date, there's nothing hard about it, because it's just not there. It's, if it's not there, nobody's there to argue about it. It's just that right's not there. And,
Right.
see, the last one, and it's back to Adam making the thing. I think one of the rewards you can give is in over quota areas or in over objective areas. Let's say you've got an extra 500 elk or an extra 1,000 elk. Why not let landowners come in and pick up 5 or 6 or 7 of those additional ones? They usually can take care of the problems better than you can by doing general type hunting. And, I can tell you there's different people that the governor's got a hunger initiative right now that people go out and kill 8 or 10 elk and give it to the hunger initiative if they had the access to do it. And it only works if it's not an impact on people who want the licenses. A lot of times, access and license availability don't go hand in hand. So it's just a thought as a reward on them, because that goes back to what you're saying. You're not killing the 350 point bulls, but you are culling the herd down in these areas that they've got too many game fish and nets that we're over objective, and how are we going to bring it down? Just off the wall one.
Thanks, Ogden. Dwayne's been waiting, and then I saw hands from Lee and Josh.
First, I'd like to speak to the landowner drawing. I had a ranch in Idaho that Idaho does a landowner drawing. And I had that ranch, and I bought it to improve the habitat and water systems and stuff to make it a better, it was an elk place. But in 17 years, I grew one full elk tag. So we get into that kind of situation, I'm not so sure the people that we had testify this morning would be real happy if it ends up being where they draw a bull elk tag once every 15 or 20 years. I think we got to look at that real close before we go down that road to make sure that it isn't. And I didn't even use that elk tag then. I gave it to my caretaker. Because in Idaho, you can do that.
So we don't want to undermine the landowner benefits in a way that makes it unsustainable or undesirable for them. Great. Lee, Josh?
I was going to touch on what Ogden brought up in recognizing that deer, elk, and antelope are not equal. And when you have some that are so over objective and some that are below objective, that if this is science-based and for the resource, which I think we have all prioritized, I think that's got to be part of the conversation. Certainly when you look at stuff on both sides of that, above and below the objective, if hunting is the tool in the toolbox for being able to cull those numbers or then not, that's probably got to be part of this discussion and how we look at that regarding the allocation of landowner licenses. I think the other thing would be to go back to what Brian in his initial overview of when this subcommittee talked about this was the original intent of the landowner licenses. And how has it moved from that original intent to where we are today in this continued dance that we can do the rest of the day until 6 o'clock and kick this can and be here talking about this at the next meeting. These are some hard decisions, but I think that's why we were organized, just to be able to make some hard decisions and know that we're making decisions that potentially have an impact that could be 40 or 50 years down the road. And to not think in the moment, think about how do we move forward, knowing the demand that we have on our resource is only gonna grow exponentially.
Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that. So let's check in with where we think we have some agreement and then see where we might have some agreement and check for some modifications here. This is not an official vote. I just want to make sure that just because one person voiced it as a good thing, that this is generally stuff that was going to make it through the finish line. Generally, do people feel good about some sort of process for evaluating existing landowner licenses, acknowledging changes over time and wanting people to re-qualify? Is that something that generally we feel pretty good about? I'll ask you to vote with your thumbs because I think most of you don't have your cards anymore. This is not an official thing. I'm just checking to see. All right. So in whatever final draft of thing, this is something that we're like, yeah, that seems like a good idea. Having some sort of graduated award of tags, some people liked that. Let me get a sense for that, and that'll give us a sense in the room. How are people feeling about graduated awarding of tags? Meaning, if you're providing more benefit, you should get more tags. And again, you've got options here: up, sideways, or down.
Can we qualify that? I mean, if you're type 1 tags, I go like this. If
Okay.
you're type 4 tags, I might be more
Yeah,
interested in
I'm the
that.
same way.
Okay. So let me just change it that way, that if you could get more tags for more benefit if they were not type 1. If you did say type 4 tags for more land, would you?
Don't tie it to tax, just say graduated awarded licenses, and then you can discuss.
Then we'll
whether they're
discuss tax.
Okay.
type ones or whatever they are. If you're not, you may not be a fan of the whole program at all, period, whether they're cow tags or bull tags.
Okay. So
Don't limit it at this level.
okay. So it seems like generally there's support for that, but contingent on, for many of you, that it's not type 1 tags, but that type 4 tags would get some more support for more increase.
I have one question then. Part of the reason for the increased tags was to help with hunter access. So if a lot of that is tied to access, we tried to, provide some help to the landowners if they provided some access to the hunters or to more hunters. So that throws another part of that into it. I would say, graduated numbers of license or how you're going to do that is also tied to, what are they doing to try to provide access, particularly in our area.
So you would get, just to play hypothetical devil's advocate, Tony, you'd get 6 type 1 landowner tags if you allowed 20 type 6.
No, and the type 1, that's a good idea. I mean, let's don't give them all type 1. Let's give them an opportunity in a hard to draw area. Let's give them some cow calf licenses, but again, try to incentivize the landowner to allow better access or more access, not only to maybe private land, but to go through that public land or whatever, some of those things we talked about. But I don't know if we start limiting, then I think we're going to tick off a lot of people who are working hard to providing, access.
Okay.
Can we bifurcate those two issues? One's graduated tags based on number of animals that you might have, your habitat carrying capacity, and the other one would be landowner tags that provide incentive for allowing public access. There's really two different issues.
They are.
To me, this is one that we need to discuss
There's a
more.
management award component and a management component.
And I
Yeah.
want to bifurcate those
Yeah.
two issues.
So I'm not going to check off this one because it seems like it needs more discussion and that perhaps each of those takes separate consideration. How about the language on subdivision and ownership, trying to prevent abuse with subdivision? How do we feel about that? Generally pretty positive all around, okay? And then the transferability to ranch staff, I think it's defined as full-time. So I've got lots of up, but not unanimously. So do you want to share the concerns with that? I'm going to check it that it's generally good, but we know that we are likely not to have unanimous. Is there something that you would want to tweak about it either?
Discussion we just had about demand. You've just increased the number of demand and the number of landowner tags. You've expanded the pool of eligibility there. So under that scenario, if you capped it and then they were competing, I don't think it's an issue.
So,
If you just say it's for long-term ranch employees, and then I have another concern with that, how do you verify that?
okay,
Or what does long-term, I know in the language says 5 years, is
Yeah.
it part-time, full-time, seasonal? So there's way too many nebulous things in there, and my biggest number one concern is you go down that road, and particularly on the absentee landowner side, you're gonna shift those significant number of people that are gonna come in and diminishes the pool for the resident and non-resident general hunter.
okay.
So if you want to increase the pool, this is a way to do it.
So it sounds like, Larry, to address that concern, something where you're capping the percentage of landowner tags might help address some of that, where you
So-
might have more people applying with this increased eligibility, so you would have to address it through some other cap to not take away.
So Carrie, I just gotta ask on that, because I maybe I'm a little confused on that. If the Tony Lehner Ranch gets 2 tags, instead of him and his wife shooting one every year, he's gonna give it to his staff. That's
Right.
what that means.
Right.
That doesn't mean there's gonna be more people in the
No,
pool.
no, that's not what it says.
Okay, I just wanna make
That's
sure.
how I understood it.
That's what I understand.
But there's still only 2 tags for the property.
Yeah, they're
That's right. Right now, those guys don't hunt. And I can give you numerous examples where I have
Sure.
tremendous number of landowners that do not hunt.
Sure.
But their staff
Yeah,
would.
But their employees love to hunt.
I see what you're saying.
They
And
never
so
get-
now they currently do not apply for landowner tags.
Now I understand what you're saying.
And now what's gonna happen is you're gonna say, darn right.
Darn right we're gonna get that.
Landowner tags because they're going to my employees now. You've expanded the pool.
Yeah.
I would almost guess that you're gonna see a 10 to 20% increase.
I see what you're saying now.
So
So that does make a lot of sense. Thank you. I appreciate that.
this is one that I think of could have big benefit if that's a working ranch and you're having good habitat there and keeping that lifestyle, but you need to make sure you still have a fair distribution of the resource, right? So having some sort of cap. But Joe, you were also sideways on that one.
Yeah, and my big piece is, it seems like the broader conversation about transferability of landowner tags has not been tackled yet. So why are we grabbing this one? Just because this is something the stock grower said we should look at? I keep thinking that's a broader conversation we maybe put on the side and say, let's discuss transferability as a separate topic.
And
So
I think,
terms matter, words really matter. And the way that this was proposed was not transferability, it was including them as in the definition of landowner or immediate family.
is it qualified?
So they're
Yeah,
qualified
just
just like a
tightens that
brother or sister.
So who qualifies? Okay.
Yeah.
So Carrie, I think some of these questions that we're all asking, if we are serious about capping that number of landowner tags in a certain area, it does answer some of these questions. I think the other thing it does in the future, talk about pulling a string here and here. We've all talked about the problems we have with mule deer, and we see probably more limited quota mule deer areas coming. It tackles that question right off the bat before you actually even do that. And I think that's important for our mule deer across the state. So, if we're
Having this piece of cap.
yeah, I just want to throw it out there. I'm just curious on what the conversation on what that percentage would be. What would it be a fair percentage would that be? Now, taking into what Dwayne says happened in Idaho, I don't know that would happen very often in Wyoming right now,
Not
but
yet.
we don't know. And so I think that we have some of that information somewhere.
I just did the elk numbers for last year. 13% went to non-resident, resident landowners out of the quota, just under 13%.
And that's just a number.
That's
state.
across the
Everybody.
state. Some was way higher, obviously, some was way lower, but 13% was the overall
And
state average.
And I think what we do look at this, to Josh's point, elk, deer, and antelope are not created equal right now. Right now, I have a hard time believing that most landowners, and I say all, would probably get an elk tag. Just because the quotas are, just because the numbers are so high. But those deer and antelope numbers, some of those would maybe be lower. I don't know that, but I think that's important to look at. So I'm curious, is it the same? Do you set the same percentage numbers elk, deer, and antelope? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but I'm
So we
curious.
have a question of splitting species, just for the sake of numbers. I think in your packets today, at the end of Scott's presentation, which I got 2 copies of, I don't know if other people did too, but it's the one that ends with the Carla dancing guy. I think you have a spreadsheet that shows for antelope.
Deer and elk, all three of them.
Do you have all 3? Okay,
Well, it
so
was in the email. that Todd
Yeah.
sent out.
So there's numbers there and you can see by area. So this is where some precision might be useful in looking at, in those different areas, what percentage of the tax went to landowners. It's right before the public comment spreadsheets. And you'll notice a lot of variability.
As high as 70 and as low as 0, just depending on the species.
Yeah, so in some areas you could, it's not a problem. The landowners are not taking all the tags, whereas in, like, I'm looking at
Elk area 124, 70% of non-resident
70%.
tags go to landowners.
But what question there, and we've talked about, a couple of us talked about this, what's the percentage of private land in 124?
So it's probably about 80%. So that's the Red Desert. That's from Walcott, or from Preston Junction to Kenny Rim, south of Interstate 80, all the way to the Colorado State line.
So when
Huge
you
area.
see 70% of the tags going to landowners and 80% of the land is private, that's better than.
I think
It's probably 80% because it's got the checkerboard.
Yeah.
Once you take the checkerboard out, it is just solid block BLM. It's probably 80% public.
80% public, okay.
80% public.
Okay, I missed, but so that is,
So
then there is a red flag there.
The
It is a
resident number for that, the resident number, that 42%.
For-
Licenses and for elk tags in 124 by this sheet.
But if you take, I'm just being, throwing the devil's advocate out there, if you take an area that is 80% private and 70% of the tags are going to landowners, then that is, it seems equitable.
Well, the start of the roadmap is when you go in to apply for a tag, right on Game and Fish's website, it tells you what percentage of that unit's public land. Is it resident or non-resident, and you're not sure, that's the first thing is, you know, don't go apply for a unit in Northeast Wyoming that's 100% private. Yeah, so that would be a starting place.
So I'm hearing, based on Rusty's comment, it seems like we have some areas where we have some decent agreement, some areas that need more conversation. Shall we dive into this? And spend some time looking at these numbers and see if we can come up with a cap. If this is an idea that has some traction, but that we need to define some specifics, either by species, by number, et cetera, that might help us address current problems, but also be forward thinking. Is that a place we could go next?
Well, I guess I'm gonna throw it out there, and I know there's a lot of resident area 7 landowner tags sitting in the room, apparently. We cut that from 19 to 10%, and everybody in here would be back and pissed off, I'm guessing. I mean, if they only got a tag every once every other
Got your
year,
back to
are
them.
they gonna get, are they?
No, it's not Wyoming.
So, or what about every other year you get type 1 tags, or, and then you get cow tags over the counter, I'm sure, but you get landowner cow. I don't know. I'm trying to come up with the number. What about 15%?
Well, this is where I'm wondering, as I look at the existing numbers, what feels fair to your resident hunters, right? Like where is it really hard to get a tag because the landowners are taking up such a large proportion of them? It seems like many of them are relatively low numbers, and then other places they're pretty high, and your definition of low and high might vary, but.
So, you know, one, it depends on how many tags is in an area, right? If you're down to like 10 tags. And so just a thought, I like the idea of examining this. The question is, can we figure it out in the fine scale detail that's needed? Or should we make a recommendation to the department that, hey, we think a cap is good. It may be dependent upon the number of tags in any given area and the species, and come up with a plan. Or we can get a subcommittee and come up with a plan. But I think the first thing is, do we find some agreement that, yeah, maybe there should be a cap on those, should be a cap in their draw. And then the question is, how does that look like depending upon how many tags are in an area? I mean, it's not going to be 1% for all areas. I just don't think that's the answer. It won't work that way. You're right.
No, I think that's fair. I think I think that's a fair way to put it, and have somebody, either what would you recommend, Albert, the subcommittee? Would you rather have the department look at that, see what they think. I mean,
Well, I think
obviously in this.
I can turn-
Don't ask me.
Then let me turn to Brian and say, I don't want to kick the can back to the department and say, hey, you all figure this out if that's what what the department is asking the task force to do. That said, a subcommittee of the task force, including department folks, could try to propose some numbers. I'm wondering if it's useful to get the will of the group a little bit to know roughly what direction a task force or folks from the department could go. Brian, what do you think? And
Well, I think we'd want to have some guidance on where to start, and if the way that I would probably approach this based on the discussion I've heard here today is to look at the cap being somehow related to the percentage of private land, maybe. You know, it's a 50% private land area, there's more. The cap's higher than it is in a 20% area.
That's a good way to look at it, at least to take a look and see what the numbers are.
Yeah, and I guess I'm with Brian. I think this group needs to give a little more direction versus just go out there and solve the problem. Maybe we ought to drill down a little more with a subcommittee and then come back and make a recommendation. I don't want the department wasting a lot of time if we don't have a more defined direction they want.
Well, I think one thing too that the department's able to do though is looking into the future at deer numbers, mule deer numbers, and what that percentage of private land potentially in some of those areas are that aren't, you know, when you cut those down from a region into that actual area, seeing what that potentially, how that happens. And, you know, just because we have so much, you know, interest in Area 7 elk, and you look at that number, what a 20% number would do would say, okay, guess what? As soon as we get to another couple landowners in Area 7, they're going to start having to kick into a draw. Now almost 100% are going to draw on that. But when we, you know, that if you set that, then you know that everybody knows the rules right now. So, you know, I don't know if that gives you any guidance on how that will look, but maybe look at Area 7 for that right now and see what that percentage of land ownership is and maybe calculate, because that seems like that's, you know, if you look down here, down this list, there'd only be about 5 areas, maybe 6 areas that would be above that 20% threshold. But what it would do is give you a target to say, okay, here's what's going to happen in the future. If land ownership continues to get more and more private land ownership, then, you know, you're going to kick into a draw. Maybe that number is 15%. I don't know. I'm just saying that maybe gives you an idea, not just because these guys are going to come back and yell at us, but because we're trying to do something that makes sense and that's enforceable.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you know, what a lot of folks need to understand is, you know, things change. When you had a ranch that was 20,000 acres and it was getting 2 landowner licenses, and now it's broken up to where that same chunk of land is creating 100 landowner licenses, things change, and things are going to continue to change. So do we get out ahead of it, or we just stick our head in the sand and just ignore it? But that's where I'm at on it.
Yeah, and I really think we haven't tackled the mule deer issue, and I know I keep harping on it, but the mule deer is an issue, and I think this helps that in the future with that problem that's going to get worse.
So let me just check as far as possible solutions, that it sounds like we'd like a subcommittee to iron out some of these details. One is setting a cap based on the percentage of private land in a hunt area. So if you've got a hunt area with a high proportion of private land, maybe you set that cap a little bit higher than if you're in a hunt area that is predominantly public land.
Well, I think we're saying maybe because we don't really know, you know, and I think that's the idea.
Yeah,
we have to see some numbers, and I think so. What I think we're going to set a task or a subcommittee to do would be to look at what a percentage of landowner tags should be in a specific area based on elk, deer, and antelope, and leave it at that. And maybe what we try to do is, knowing that our next meeting is March 22nd, that we try to get some sort of language out on that by, say, March 1st. Now that probably means that we don't ask any of the legislators to be on this. because they're gonna have a lot of work to do anyway. But maybe this subcommittee is some other people besides landowners. I mean, sorry, besides legislators.
I'm wondering, Rusty, I don't.
Dwayne, go ahead.
Oh,
The other thing I'd like the subcommittee to look at, is I think we saw it from the testimony this morning, is minimum number of acres. And some of the acreages that definitely provide more habitat and more animal use than others, even though they're smaller sized acreages. I mean, we've had examples of, and I'm going to qualify for 2 landowner tags without, even if they went to 1,000 acres. So I'm speaking unbiased here, but I do have one piece of property that's 430 acres. But when I bought that piece of property, when I looked at the aerial surveys the Game and Fish did, the little docks and everything around it, that whole 431 acres was full of docks, almost cover the entire.
the dock critters?
Those kinds of things I think have to be looked at in order to make a decision whether we grandfather those specific areas or do something.
So
Come up with a different scenario, but I like tying the landowner licenses to the 2,000 use days or maybe even making that higher than I do a minimum number of acres.
I wonder, I'm thinking back to some of this criteria, and Rusty, remind me, I don't want to forget that you'll be splitting out species somewhere in this, but I'm thinking about manageability for the department, because we had a lot of support around going back and evaluating the existing licenses, and I think there would be some support for what Dwayne is talking about, that you base this on usage. The labor required to verify usage is much higher than just, and I know that that's part of it anyway, but especially if you're going to be verifying more, it's much more complex than just parcel size. I'd love to hear from the department on that, the feasibility, and then Adam. Brian, is this something that you can even pursue of having dividing the standard by usage instead of just acreage?
Well, I mean, we've got a standard, and to quantify, I know exactly where Dwayne's going, and I just don't know how you quantify the habitat that's available. I mean, you can do it, but you're out there with a whole bunch of Dobbenmeyer plots, or you're doing some kind of a intensive sampling effort. The use days was supposed to be the easier way to do it. So I don't know how to get it exactly what Dwayne was asking for. I think he was asking for, like, what's the carrying capacity on 160 acres? And using that as the standard for whether you qualify or not.
Well, that should be one of the, I mean, I think there should be
An animal use day.
But I think the main determining thing, on a case by case basis, we've already decided we should go through and reevaluate all the landowner license issuances statewide. So we're gonna have a fairly good idea how many licenses are gonna be alleviated after that process.
Yeah, that being said, Dwayne, I gotta ask on that, because Brian, you touched on this earlier. You said, the department's mantra was essentially, we give it, we don't take it. How do you change that? I mean,
Well, I mean,
Except for when it comes to preference points, don't take those away.
the legislature.
But I mean, seriously,
so
you
we
already
do
have a process in place for reevaluation.
So it gets evaluated, when there's a land ownership change. We heard one of the commenters this morning.
Right.
We had a brand new landowner come, okay, now we're gonna reevaluate, and we've done that. So I realize land ownership doesn't change a lot, but whenever we have a new applicant, we go verify it. I would say the only other time, and I do know there's been some cases, because it's a big deal when you go tell somebody you've been getting them 10 years, now you're not gonna get them anymore. It's usually gotta be consequential to some kind of a big event. I remember a couple of cases on Laramie Peak when that, I don't remember the name, it was a Squaw Mountain fire, 70,000 acres gone. And, the elk weren't there anymore. And so I know we had a couple of those small, it takes a lot to get a 2,000 updates on 160 acres, even in Laramie Peak. So, we probably did in those cases where it was just grossly, very apparent that there's no way there could be 2,000 LQ stays there, we did take it away. But the general practice has been, squabbling over that is not usually a good use of time. Now,
That's a pretty.
if it's directed and this is the standard and you're gonna do it every 5 years, it changes things a little bit.
So it might be particularly hard early on, but if it became regular.
Well, it can't be all done in 1 year. There's just no way.
So you'd have to.
It'd have to be rolling, yeah. So I've added here and then, out of my seat, we have this idea that some folks like that qualification based on usage, which exists already. But is there a way to further define that or, expand that, making sure that this isn't being abused? And I have a question, how else can we quantify it, in a way that's manageable, that's predictable for people, right? That they will feel like the system is fair, and data driven, once they qualify or not. So I have a question about that. Adam.
And I might have missed this, but as far as issuing type 1 licenses, there's already existing game and fish regulation that outside of maybe purchasing or winning a commissioner's license, a person can only hold a single type 1 for elk, right?
Yep.
Does that apply to landowner licenses also?
It does.
So that takes care of your scalability issue for most individual landowners.
It does.
Wouldn't it?
When you have a 30,000 acre ranch, there's typically a lot more than the landowner and wife. There's typically a family on the place or they've got extended family, grandkids qualify.
So say a husband has one type 1 tag and then the wife has the other. type 1
Or
tag.
neither one
Or
of
a
them
son
do,
or a,
and
yeah,
the son and the son-in-law have.
right. So it does still, those limits apply for an individual, but within the family and who they can currently use.
So I just want to make sure I have, so the original intent, when you talked about the original intent of landowner licenses, was that they were hunting on their own property.
It was to provide, it was two things, way back, it was very focused on ag production. It was for those landowners that were in the business of producing, making a living off their ranch, to give them an opportunity to reward them essentially for having wildlife habitat at the same time they're using the land to make a living. And then secondly, to give them an opportunity to hunt on their own ranch. And so in an area where there's limited licenses, that you're not telling them, you live here, you raise them, but you don't get to hunt there every day. Or every year, I mean.
And I know Larry broached this topic earlier about, hunting on your own property. I don't think anybody has an issue with that for type 1 license. I don't even think Adam has.
Oh, there's people not in this room that have a huge.
We heard from it earlier.
So not as many people in this room have as many that.
Thinking
But
about
what
giving-
about,
I was gonna say,
that
thinking-
scale up of the problem, I think, with additional licenses off of your property is those licenses right now for elk, which is what everybody cares about, it seems like, on tags, are available anyway. So anybody can get those tags, I think, anytime they want for most of those areas, right? So to
Yeah.
scale that up and give more of those reduced price or those cow calf tags doesn't make any sense because they can get them if they want them anyway.
No, that's all changed. It used to be that way. It used to be we'd end the season and we'd have leftover type 6 licenses. And now we hardly any. Area 7 will sell every single one of them.
So where that used to not be a premium, now even those type 4, type 6 licenses would be still a benefit to the landowner. Okay. Is there something else with this? And this is a place where my ignorance about the topic.
So I really just want, I think we have a pretty good idea of what this subcommittee will do. What I want some people to do is join Adam on this subcommittee and help with this. So.
And these are folks that have time to meet between now and the March
You're
meeting.
gonna have Adam on it, I'd like to.
All right, perfect. I think that's really good. No, I think that's perfect. I think you guys, I think that's really good.
What did I just get involved for?
For this, I think for this subcommittee, I think that's really good. And you guys have, if we set maybe a deadline, I think any communication, if you put Josh and I on it, we can give some input to. But I'd like to have at least one other person that's not a
I'll do it.
legislator on that.
I'll help.
Okay, thanks.
I wonder, is there anybody, can we give a round of applause to the previous subcommittee that did all the work to get us to this point? We didn't actually acknowledge that.
Well, and then I want to make sure that we all have that information. It might be in here too, but make sure that email that we had, let's get that sent to them for sure, so they can use that as a template with the notes that you have, Adam. I think you have really good notes, so.
So let me just check. This is another little ad hoc subcommittee that's gonna take the feedback from today, knowing that we're striving to getting as many people on board as possible. And what solutions can you put forward that meet these interests? I hate to say that word because you hate it, but that meet as many of these interests you've identified, and getting more and more specific on it. So Adam, Dwayne, and Cy have volunteered. Anybody from the previous subcommittee want to jump in?
Pat does.
Well,
yeah, Pat for sure.
Yeah, I actually think that we probably, they may need some information from the department. And so I think we're probably gonna need some input. At least keep Brian in the loop, so he can pass that on to somebody else.
I'm good.
Okay.
And while you're doing that, Carrie, right before lunch, we did talk about a subcommittee for the damage group, and Pete had approached me, said he was willing to serve on that. I think we just need to make note of it. Also Larry and Ogden. Albert did tell me that he would be interested in something related to trophy game. So you can use him as a resource, but he was fine not sitting on it unless it was pertinent to that exact information.
So if we are talking, this is the idea of adjusting somehow our compensation, or for damage claims, or it could take lots of different flavors.
Sure.
But thinking about compensation for damage. And so who are folks that would want to be on that? And then I wonder if we need to give them any other information to start.
Yeah, it was Pete, Ogden, and Larry.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that Albert be on there. He's the one that raises cattle that are grizzly tested, wolf approved.
All right.
So he's probably got a lot of experience in that area with those two particular apex predators.
Okay.
And we'll be lenient on this one, because those are legislators and they have a lot of work to do between now and the next meeting, so.
Let me just check in process wise, because it's almost 3 o'clock, which means y'all have been sitting for almost 2 hours. I think that based on the information you heard today, it might be worth some discussion of like, hey, these are some ideas we have, these are some leanings, so they're not just grasping so they're not just relying on their own perspective, but thinking broadly of stuff that might appeal to folks. But I think we might need to take a break before we do that.
Before we
Larry?
go back to that, I
Yeah.
don't think we finished the discussion that we had whether we should have 2 types of landowner permits, private land only and unit wide.
And I was wanting to circle back to that too, Mr. Chairman. What's the criteria going to be and how difficult is that going to be? And when we're starting to talk about all these licensed different types and different drawings, I see smoke coming over there right around Jennifer's desk. But I like where you're going with it. What's going to be so are you saying if a landowner has animals on his land during hunting season, that's the tag he gets? And if he doesn't, then he could go to an area wide.
If he qualifies, he picks, right?
Yeah, if he qualifies,
Either
he
goes
picks
into
or-
the pool where it's gonna be harder.
Well, I think if you come out and you do the analysis and you say, look, there's X number of, so let's say arbitrary number, there's 5,000 animal use days on the private property. And those animals are available during the hunting season. They have to stay on the private property. So whatever that biological threshold is, we all know it's gonna be a range, right? 'Cause you can't go out and count every animal out there. So we have numerous instances where you have large numbers of big game that winter on you that are not there during hunting season. In those scenarios, you've got to have access to that resource, because you may be supporting thousands of animal use days, tens of thousands, but they just ain't there on your private property during hunting season. So again, I think maybe this is something we need to flesh out a little better, but conceptually, you know, if you've got those animals on your property during hunting season, you're gonna land on it. You probably ought to be confined to that area. That'll be a game and fish, just like we do with current landowner permits now. They'll come out and say, these animals, game warden will check the box and say, these are available on this property during hunting season. You've got a landowner permit for your property, when they're gonna check the box and say, no, you support over 2,000 animal use days, and they're not available. That's simplistic.
Yeah, two things. One, I can see an enforcement, maybe an enforcement issue. And possibly two, if I'm a landowner and I've got those animals on my land during hunting season, I'm not leaving anyway.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm lazy. I'm gonna shoot one from my front door versus you going elsewhere. Those are just 2 points that I would think we need to be cognizant of as we're moving forward.
And I don't
What
know
about
if
access to
enforcement
public
issue,
land off your private?
but on the enforcement issue, there are states that do this already.
Yes,
So
they
maybe we should ask
private.
them what kind of
You go right
enforcement,
on.
how much extra time does it take to enforce that?
Is this a topic that we can let this subcommittee?
I
suss
think
out?
they may be able to look at that a little bit, and if they don't, then we'll readdress
Then we
it.
can come
Because
back.
I think that's something that's gonna continue to
Right.
be talked about.
So we will have, just for the benefit of this subcommittee, we'll have these notes where people are saying, hey, you should look at this, hey, you should look at that. In that subcommittee, you can have lots of that rich discussion and bring your best thinking back to the group. And hopefully the group doesn't poo-poo all of it. Maybe if they only poo-poo half of it, you can. Can we take a pause and when we come back, talk about, what we might be looking for
Sure.
to assign to the subcommittee to do. And then we can see if there's other topics that we can start discussing today, knowing some subcommittees are gonna advance some of these other projects. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, so let's take a break until, say, 10 after, you need 15 or 5 after, how long you want?
Do 10 after.
10 after, come back at 10 after, we'll see you at 3:10.
We're gonna check in on our agenda to make sure that we can wrap up on time tonight, and we do have a lot of folks in the audience wanting to make comments. We've got one subcommittee that's ready to go based on the feedback from today. I don't have anybody paying attention. Where's Larry? Larry, start helping me. All right. So we are continuing. I'm excited to announce we're still working on options for our initial challenges 2 and 3. But it's exciting moving the landowner tag issue into this draw design phase, and that's iterative, right? We've had a first draft. We've gotten some feedback on it. This next subcommittee is going to continue to advance that work and bring it back to the group, always working towards agreement and a document that we can feel good about and get as many thumbs up, green card, yay votes as possible. The other big topic that I am hoping we can give some guidance on today is this compensation and damage claim idea. And then if we have time before public comment, we'll see if there's any other topics where we can have some quick conversations and start pulling options together, either for a subcommittee or to tee up for our March meeting. I saw hands from Brian and Adam.
Just a very quick comment. So, kind of in the line of what Senator Hicks and I were talking about this morning. This issue that we just talked about, landowner licenses, we got a lot of work left to do, as we can see. But it's one where we could actually, in the grand scheme of things, when we're talking about legislation versus regulation, we could have a win here. We could actually get something done before the task force is over with. Because once we have the proposal and it goes to the commission, I mean, we're talking about a 3-month time frame.
So the jurisdiction for this whole issue lies with the commission. It's not.
The landowner license issue, it does,
Cool.
unless we come up with some new ideas that require us to go to the legislature.
Okay, good. Appreciate that distinction, and recognizing the authority, knowing that it would still need to go to the commission, but the influence we have and the closeness to that process. So appreciate that. Thank you, Brian. Adam.
I'd just like to make a note on your check marks.
Yes.
We did all thumb up, or most of us thumbed up to the type of access as a conversation point. So
I think that this was a generally popular idea. I think that the devil might be in the details in terms of what benefit.
With all your check marks.
Yep.
And when you send out notes and everything. I don't want that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on that note too, I think everybody was a thumbs up on the language on subdivision and ownership, prevent abuse. And I think that language can probably just cut and paste into the new stuff. So
Yeah.
we'll give Pat kudos to that.
Yeah. This is where it's really nice to have a lawyer in the group to help you clean up those details. I turned on the cooling, by the way, because it was like approaching 75 in here. Let me know if you start freezing. Are we okay for now? We'll see. All right. So, and I'll just ask folks, both in the task force and in the audience, if you can limit your side conversations or just move them into the hallway. Especially for task force members, people on Zoom hear those loud and clear. And for folks in the audience, it's just tricky for everybody here. And if we have too many of those, I am Larry. I am calling you out directly.
Not us, you said Larry.
All right, so let's get clear when we talk about this damage compensation topic. We heard the presentation of what happens now. And I think any proposed solutions here are really aimed to improve and sustain wildlife health. How do we grow more critters in a sustainable way without bankrupting landowners, right? Knowing that these agricultural working lands are important habitat and important to Wyoming's overall economy. What are things that we might do? So before we just send the subcommittee away, are there ideas you want to offer based on the presentation today, or ideas that you have to help guide that subcommittee's work?
Well, a huge issue is the extraordinary use of grass when it comes to damage compensation. And I'll give you an example, real life example. So a ranch that I hunt on, have hunted it for years, keeps around 2,000 to 3,000 head of elk on at any given time. They've never filed for a damage claim ever, just because this ranch is a beautiful wildlife habitat. Then they hit a dry year, and all of a sudden now they're out buying hundreds and hundreds of tons of hay. So we look into the whole process of how to apply for damages for the extraordinary use of grass, and they literally cannot do it because they never complained about the number of elk before. So that number of elk were there during the good years. Nothing changed population wise, but because of that, you're not allowed to file for damages when that bad year hits. And what those two ranchers talked about is real life stuff. And this ranch is another good example. That ranch was not created when there was elk there. There were no elk there. And when the elk were transplanted in that part of the Bighorns, now we have thousands. That southern Bighorn elk herd, most people don't realize this, but that has grown to be Wyoming's third largest elk herd in the state of Wyoming. And it's incredibly reliant upon private property. Those ranches never had elk to deal with, and those ranches were historically created. And now they have thousands of elk to deal with. A lot of hunting. It's not hard. There's a lot of access, a lot of places to hunt, but that needs to be addressed so that that definition of how you qualify for extraordinary use of grass doesn't keep you from being able to file for those damage claims and those kinds of situations.
Okay, so wanting to give some guidance that we need some sort of changes that will kind of acknowledge that the nature of that and the fluctuations to still be able to qualify, because somebody may not report any problems for years because they can handle it, but then in a dry year that stops being so. Okay.
It's a big deal financially.
Okay, good.
This is happening in Montana, same conversations on some landowner groups that talk about the same thing. The elk populations have grown up in Montana.
Okay.
Been a lot of grass use.
Okay. So this is one piece of kind of wisdom to share with that group as they're looking at possible changes. Other things that you think about that are important?
I've been hesitating to go here because it's going to take us a little bit of time, but I think I should bring this up because the discussions are going on right now, and I'll describe what I'm talking about here in a minute. And there's some momentum behind some of these discussions. So essentially here, last few months, the U.S. Department of Agriculture came to the governor of the state, the WWNRT and the Game and Fish, said, hey, we're interested in investing in Wyoming, and they specifically were focused on migration corridors. But anyway, they came out, they visited, we showed them around, we talked about some of the most important habitats in Wyoming. And right now, the preliminary discussions are conducting 2 pilot projects. And one of the main ideas as part of these pilots is to do habitat leases. And kind of the discussion has been, instead of a conservation easement, a conservation lease that's termed. Conservation easements are perpetual. Conservation leases are termed. The term could be 10 to 30 years, but it's essentially compensating a landowner for habitat they provide on a per acre basis that's scaled based on how long the term is. Longer term, you get more per acre per year. Shorter term, you get less. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because there's going to be, if this plays out, the timeline to finalize discussions and actually potentially put money on the ground is maybe even by this summer. The 2 pilot project areas are Cody and then the 3 migration corridors. But the reason I bring this up is this is getting very, very close to some of the ideas that Ogden has talked about in the very beginning of all this. And there's probably going to be some kind of a model for what this looks like. So I just think it would be a little bit disingenuous if I didn't let everybody know before we jump into a lot of these discussions to know that kind of model is being built and that those conversations are happening. So,
Cool.
Brian, so similar to CRP leases and those
very
types?
similar to the NRCS, USDA programs that are already existing as the method or venue to run the program.
It's fantastic. Isn't that good news?
No, I think it's really good news. I'm not painting it in a bad light at all.
Good.
But what I'm saying is I think that really could
Very
build a
impactful.
model that could shape some of our discussions here.
So we might want to consider even thinking about a state model that would build off that. Got it.
The only reason I was hesitant is because this thing is so early and I don't have a lot of answers yet. Hell, I just threw it out to all of my people across the state yesterday. They're still providing me feedback. So it's not very well matured yet. Is the only reason I hesitated, but I just don't want to, I think it's important for the group to know that that's out there.
Okay, good. Appreciate that context wise, right? Because if one group is kind of scrambling around to work on something and other work is happening simultaneously, it's nice to be aware of those different conversations and opportunities. Other guidance, thank you for those, Brian. Other guidance or things you want the subcommittee to consider?
So after listening to the testimony this morning about the grass loss, and I know it's, Cy brought it up and it's there, I think, do we need to, we've said before, we're not going to look at where those dollars would come from, but if we had to pay a landowner, I know they don't want to ranch elk. But if we're having, I mean, the management of these elk is very difficult, and we know that. If we're going to just pay them to ranch elk, where's that money come from? I don't know if that's something that we want to tackle, but if it's there, it's there.
You need to leave your horizons as broad as you can to start with.
That's right.
What's out, Ogden?
Well, we
You
want
need to just leave the horizons as big as you can to start with. Don't narrow them down. Let us wander in. We did the same thing with what Pat did. And you come and the bad ideas get winnowed out pretty fast. The good ones. Real
Okay.
fast.
So I'm hearing you don't need too much guidance to get started.
Yeah, I think give you a general set of direction and let you hang yourself.
Okay. That said, any other pieces of wisdom to send to the group so they can give as high quality and agreeable as a product as possible? This is a tough audience, by the way. When I asked for the good things, it was.
I know this doesn't apply everywhere across the state, but there are state, federal grazing leases that apply. Elk obviously could care less about property boundaries as could deer, antelope, or any other wild critter for that matter. However, grazing leases are allotted and paid for. We know that's a different conversation, right, Larry? There should be something potentially in there because a drought year grazing on BLM is just as harmful to that BLM rangeland for supporting wildlife, and not just looking at big gregarious critters, but sage grouse, other animals that rely on that land, as are the private lands that butt up to them. So,
And you may or may not know this, but when I'm held to a utilization standard, it includes the wildlife use.
Yeah.
So, if the wildlife use took 60% and the standards 40 or 50.
oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. And that works on both sides of the fence. That's what I was wanting to be a consideration also.
So just
Well, and I can tell you that is always calculated into all the federal land management agencies. In fact, the Bureau of Land Management in Rollins office has already sent out a letter to every permittee out there saying is if you used full utilization last year, based on precip conditions this spring and range condition, you may or may not be able to turn out on your permit date for reduced numbers. So that is always calculated. It's a grazing privilege that you pay a fee for. But those federal agencies under drought stipulations, we've had them, tell people to come off early. On numerous instances in the 30 years that I've worked with in this area, the Forest Service tell them they can't come on their normal date, and it's all based on drought, forage conditions, stubble height, monitoring. So I think that's to a certain degree. Now, I think, Adam, really one of the things we need to look at is a broader use of potential forage reserves in these cases. And quite frankly, we've had some real problems with our Forest Service partners on, and even Bureau reclamation lands. So in the Cody area, some of the grazing allotments that the Wild Sheep Foundation has, paid to change those. And then the Forest Service doesn't follow up to do their monitoring stuff. But certainly, even I know Game and Fish has explored some of their habitat units, looking at those as grass banks. All those are I think are on the table and tools that are out there. They have limited use, but again, there's a whole range of things we need to figure out here. I mean, we were just talking over here. I mean, no different than the sage grouse situation where we set up we've already have mitigation banks. Where you have third-party interests paying into some of these uses. Maybe there's some compensatory type issues we can do there, particularly with some of these large industrial projects. I'm thinking wind power should be paying into, some of these type of mitigation banks for wildlife that then could turn around and then be used to compensate landowners under these extraordinary grass things to maintain 3,000 hectares. So I think there's some areas that we can get creative and explore out there along those lines.
Thanks, Larry. Any other considerations before we send the subcommittee off with our well wishes and critical eye? No.
Our first meeting will be in the saloon as soon as we adjourn.
All right.
I said creative.
I like that. Is it realistic? Is it realistic given the number of legislators on this committee as well as and your schedules? Is it realistic that you can have something at the March meeting?
No.
No. So we should hope for this in April. I'm just thinking of agenda setting. Okay.
Yeah, I think if they can work through anything between now and the meeting, now and the next meeting, that'll be a miracle.
Okay.
But they're not doing anything in legislature, so maybe they'll have time.
Maybe what we ought to do, since we have a little time to help them out, maybe we ought to just take on redistricting real quick.
Please do. Mr. Director, is there a chance you've got time to serve on that? No, I'm serious. Oh, yeah, sure. I'm being dead serious.
No,
I'm looking at the balance of that committee, and it's pretty stout landowner wise, and to have, and I know Pete represents you guys kind of, but. Good job, Pete. Well, I threw you partially in the bus. But I just think that deal to get somewhere really takes the department's expertise to some degree directly to be able to do it. Because I want to come up with something that actually is doable, and if it's, you're gonna.
It's pie in the sky. Yeah.
Well, I think what's missing there is there's not a true sportsman, so the Josh, the Adam, the Rusty, the Joe. I mean, unless you have those hard conversations, you're just talking to each other.
Is there?
I agree, Albert. I'm trying to reach out some way
I'm
on
trying
that.
to help.
Make it-
Is there, and we've heard that concern, as we acknowledge and value landowners for the habitat they provide, keeping that sportsman and acknowledging all of you are sports people. Elisa and I less consumptively than others, but is there another non-landowner that would like to just weigh in and be that voice?
Well,
on
I
this?
think it's important. They can just put the chairs on that, we can bump ideas back and forth off of us too. So that's.
Okay.
We have checked.
Is that all right, Josh?
Yeah, and I think we can on the other one as well. I think just so we're in the loop of the communications being discussed, I think that just helps us, especially when someone's calling, wanting to know what the status is on an issue that's out for comment.
Okay.
So we won't expect probably anything out of that until after our March meeting, and then sometime after our March meeting, we can get something out there for our April meeting. I know that it might be a quicker turnaround, but.
It's not too bad. I think they're both towards the end of the month.
Okay.
So we'll be
As
all
long
right.
as we can get a couple weeks worth of public comment on these things, I'm happy with that. That's why I think giving them a March 1st deadline, somewhere around that on that line, that we can start taking some public comment on whatever that comes out, whatever comes out of that subcommittee.
Okay.
That would help. And I just want to let everybody know that's planning on making comments on the future stuff and the stuff we talked about today. It is just a recommendation. I think you've heard today that we hear you loud and clear when you get up and speak, and when you write in, it makes a difference. We're listening. We're trying to do the best we can. We're trying to take all this information in, but we want you to continue to voice your, whether it's opposition or support or ideas. We really want to hear it. And we really appreciate the civility that we've had. There's a lot of that missing in the world right now. And so that's been really nice. I appreciate it from everybody that I talked to.
Thanks, Rusty.
Now let's talk about the hard stuff.
Yeah. So I wonder, I want to move into question public comment within the next half hour or so. I wonder if there's another topic that we want to slice off, either for a subcommittee of those of you who haven't yet been voluntold.
So one thing we want to get some public comment on,
Mm-hmm.
we maybe have had some before, but we hear about it constantly. We've heard about it, and every time somebody talks about elk issues and I mean, we see this number, this raising the cap number, 7,250 for non-resident. I want to hear what people have to say. Is that?
Yeah.
So the 7,250 cap is one topic that we might be able to do relatively quickly. Were there other topics that you want to push forward?
I'd really like us to have a discussion about just the overall direction we're headed with our mule deer, and if there's any recommendations out there. I know I just hear a lot of side conversations, not only on this committee, but around the state. I think it's a driving concern, but allocation, season structure, how do we reduce pressure off these deer herds? And I just think it deserves a little bit of discussion specific to mule deer.
And I think that plays into what Rusty just mentioned. I think if we can fix that, that helps that. You talk about pulling one string and having an effect. I think we do got to, I mean, it's a serious issue, and there's been a lot of changes. We've talked about that 7,250 number. I mean, it's blue sky. There's no significance to that number, but yet we're held to it and have been for 40 years.
Okay. This is where I always have to check in and say, it's our job to do policy and management is separate. Brian, what's the slice of this that is?
7,250 is not a management number.
Okay, it's a,
It's pulled out of the air,
okay.
1980 something.
Nothing's changed since the eighties, so,
I think.
so is it given,
Yeah, I don't know the total numbers, but we're probably maybe 30 to 40 to 50,000 elk higher in numbers statewide than we were when that number was
100%.
set.
100%.
64,500 when that number was.
So we doubled.
We doubled the herd and the number has remained the same.
And you'll have gone the opposite direction.
Yeah, and so that does tie into that. And when Larry said he wants to spend a little bit of time on mule deer, he wants to spend a lot of time on mule deer.
okay,
Mule deer are very important to Wyoming, have been forever. We have a real problem with the mule deer populations, death by a million cuts right now. Everything that is happening in Wyoming right now is impacting mule deer in a negative way. And so we have to address that. I think it's really important for this task force to address that.
okay. So is the problem we're trying to solve, I think this all fits under issue 2 of sportsman access to elk, deer, and antelope. But we are specifically concerned with too many antelope and not enough mule deer.
No, too many.
I'm sorry, too many elk. Yeah, is that what I said? Too many elk. I said, yeah, sorry. And too many elk and not enough mule deer. So do we do the story real quick? Like, what do we need to know about these things? First is that 7250 is a made up number. That number is set for no good reason.
Yeah, I think what I would like to see is, that we're looking at increasing that number to X. I don't even know what that number is, but, maybe getting some data on what we think that number should be. And then I want to get public comment over the next 2 months on what our resident population thinks about raising that number.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
couple of quick thoughts here. So the first thing, I mean, mule deer in and of itself is probably a focus topic. And even though I get that it's part of issue 2, I mean, there's a big thing there. And I would actually suggest that at one of our next meetings, we bring the university folks in, the department, and Josh, Muley Fanatic, and there's been a lot of studies, a lot of conversation. I would just benefit from a mule deer conservation 101 in Wyoming. What are the big issues? And I think that probably is a good conversation for us to have before we start really tackling how do we help that then. And I think that's pretty specific. So on the 7250 piece, I get elk populations are influencing mule deer, and that's a part of it. I'd really like us to take up I know I sent this to you guys. I'd like us to take up the resident, non-resident allocation and the conversation about the non-resident outfitter pool concept and all of that. And I think we get to the 7250 quickly when we start looking at a better way to do that, especially how leftovers tip. And then that number becomes easier to say it's not relevant, let's get rid of it. But I'd like us to get there. I think I keep hearing about this. We see it in public comment. People say, why do we keep kicking this down the road? Let's have the conversation. And so the license allocation, I hesitate to use 90-10, I know, because that's become so value laden, but if that's what helps people, I'd like us to tackle that and start working in that direction.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really not a 7250 issue. Okay, you got to remember when that number was set X number of years ago, which is an incredible number of years ago, we didn't have elk in eastern Wyoming like we have now. And we've had this overflow of elk move through the entire state of Wyoming. We have incredible populations in eastern Wyoming now. And what we haven't done is kept up with the management schemes on how we issue licenses in the general format around the state. So we have a general elk license that is good through all these areas of the state, whether residents or non-residents. And we've never taken and cut that up and carved it up to solve some of these issues, like these crowding issues. If you look at how we issue deer licenses in the state of Wyoming for non-residents, we carve that up. We don't just give a non-resident a deer license for a general area, he gets to hunt the entire state. And that's what we continue to do with elk. And that's what's caused, in my opinion, a significant number of these problems on public land in western Wyoming, with these incredible amounts of crowding issues that we hear from residents. That's why you get these discussions about choose your weapon, all this sort of thing. So when we have this discussion, it's not a 7250 issue. What it is it's a way of regionalizing elk licenses so we can spread out the hunting pressure. And then you set the quotas for those regions for the elk licenses, especially in the case of the non-resident. And maybe we have that same discussion with residents too, I don't know. But you buy a general elk license right now, if you look at the shift on where those tags are being used, and we have that data, how much shift there's taken place in eastern Wyoming and the Grays River is in their area I outfit has a significant number of non-residents do-it-yourself outfit are guided and hunt on their own there. And they've caused incredible impact on that resident population, especially during the archery season. And there should be significantly fewer non-residents hunting the Grays River. And we need to just throw that whole thing away and revamp it.
Okay.
And it's not the 7250 number. That's people got to quit worrying about that. And let's just manage and put people where they need to be across the landscape.
So it sounds like there's different aspects to this. One of it is acknowledging the elk movement and where they are, where these herds are operating, and how the license allocation hasn't changed. In that way, it's all still general. So regionalization.
That's why you have landowners here today that are telling these stories of this incredible impact to their properties that wasn't there 40 years ago, because there wasn't any elk there 40 years ago. And we haven't done anything to modernize how we manage elk.
Okay.
Look, just to follow up on what Si's saying, we've been managing deer and antelope under a quota system that's revisited for years, and we just chosen not to do that with elk. The way to do it is sitting there. We just have chosen not to do it with elk.
Is there a reason that it hasn't happened yet with elk? I mean, is there like some barrier or something that makes it different, or is it just it hasn't happened? This is where I literally know nothing about this, so pardon me if that was like a definite question, but like, is there something biologically or politically that this is a?
Politically, it's very social. It's not a biological issue. It's mainly, if I was going to just pick out one word, it's been driven by opportunity and people's perspective on how they like to enjoy elk hunting opportunity. Limited quota for antelope's been in place forever. People have gotten used to it. Limited quota for deer, every time this has been discussed through my entire career, it all comes down to opportunity again. I want to be able to go and hunt as many places as I possibly can on a general deer license. That's one side of it. The other side of it is I usually go, I'm okay if I only hunt once every 2 or 3 years, but I want to go to my place. And that's where that whole thing ends up going in with elk. Part of it is tied to the way that elk licenses are allocated for non-residents. That's all part of it. And why limited quota is not more common with elk.
Is there any other history that it would benefit the group to understand? That's helpful for me, understanding just that concept of opportunity and what people are used to, what they expect. Is there anything else?
In general, to this point, Wyoming residents want a lot of flexibility. That's what it comes down to.
In our area, again, it's just access. I mean, that's the bottom line. I can't say that the Game and Fish hadn't done anything, because they've changed the numbers of elk and licenses that are available over the last 40 years. I can certainly attest to back in the 60s, when if you found a track in area 7, you followed that track for 4 days or 5 days, and you might find the elk and then you might not. And they only I think they started out with 50 permits, and then it's built up over the years. And so it's not like, but to me, the Game and Fish is limited, and if we can't solve the access problem in Area 7, I don't know what else you do. I just don't know what.
I think you could qualify
avenue
that for the eastern half of the state.
Yeah, I mean, in most places when you have this, it's because you got guys that get the license, but they don't have a place to hunt. They'll apply for the bull license, the type 1 in Area 7. And you'll get that percentage down there to 1 out of 4, 1 out of 5 years, you get one. But a lot of those guys get one because they don't have anywhere to hunt. Or they hunt on the only places that are public or the only places they can hunt. And after the first week, there's not any, or even 3 days, there's not any elk on those places to find. And so it's just it's a conundrum that you can't, until you can get some opportunity, increase opportunity by providing greater access. I don't know what else you do.
So for some of these areas, it sounds like even if you change the quota, even if you regionalize it, blah, 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 that the access issue is still one that's gonna be a barrier for
Me, in
people.
our area, that's it.
Okay.
I think it's all eastern Wyoming. I mean, I think even if you have access into, let's say, public land X that has 500 head of elk, and you shoot two of them off of there, later that afternoon, they're not on that place anymore.
Mhm.
You know, elk move, they can move across a property into a place that they're not being hunted very easily. You know, and it happened. It's hard to manage. Elk in eastern Wyoming is hard to manage because of the landowner issue. And it is access, but it's also, it's access you're not gonna get unfettered access to 10 different landowners for 1,000 people. It's just not gonna happen. You know, so management is very difficult. And it's to the detriment of the mule deer. I mean, we're gonna hit that a lot.
Given that a lot of the land is privately owned, given that the elk are smarter here, I love that comment. Our deer are smarter, they can learn how to use these passageways, and that they will move to where they won't be hunted. Is there a policy idea that, I'm trying to think, so
Well,
part of that is just acknowledging this is tough.
I think this
Well,
is good.
managing these herds well is tough, but what is?
This is to Joe's point on the mule deer. I think we probably are gonna get some mule deer presentations from the university and the department and Josh, and we'll hear the mule deer story, but I don't know what you're asking for right now. I just know that right now we shoot, we harvest around, that we know of, around 320 to 350 mule deer does a year. I'm not sure that number shouldn't be 0. And that might just be my opinion, but those are our baby makers, and I know some of those are probably youth hunters. I know some of those are probably maybe depredation. I don't know if we're having any of those, but they're on alfalfa fields and but if you look at our regulations, about 2/3 of the state is legal at times to shoot a mule deer doe. And I'm just not sure that we should make that a habit. And that doesn't help our mule deer problems. I realize that right now it's a small number, but we've got to start somewhere.
Brian, are we straying into management?
Yeah, we're getting pretty close. We're talking about doe harvest. I mean, you're right. I mean, we've made a conscious decision to say that 300 deer across the entire state of Wyoming isn't a population impactor. And so it's been an opportunity thing for kids. That's where almost all that doe harvest is. I believe, I haven't looked in a year or two. We did have some doe mule deer seasons in the Bighorn Basin in areas where we had damage. And other than that, I'm not sure I know of anywhere where we
We
got.
continue to have a long clear creek out of Buffalo. now.
Yeah, well, I think
It's
you look at area
primarily
23 and 26, and you have all these block tags for doe fawn. Doesn't say whitetail. There's a big
Some
block
do.
of them. Some do, but some don't. When you have 1,000 tags that don't say whitetail only, technically we could kill every mule deer on the Powder River then. I mean, it's a mindset. Maybe it's just me reading the regulation, knowing that the mule deer population is falling, and that's not it. But I think it's also something that we're putting out there. I mean, I don't know. I think really getting it out there more so to the population of hunters maybe don't realize how our mule deer population is doing. you know, and that it is, that it has dropped and is continuing to drop. And like you said, the opportunity's been there forever. Go anywhere in the state you want to go. And if at the end of it, if you still have a tag, you can go to Ogden's place and shoot a mule deer there.
I was gonna say, I feel
Or at
like
least one of those 5 areas.
in
you know,
public
so-
comment or somewhere, there was one area where,
I think that that's just been that opportunity, and I'm not sure that people realize how poorly our mule deer are doing in most places in the state. There's some places that I think they're doing okay, but I think there's the vast majority of the areas in the state, mule deer are not doing well. And drought's not helping, the elk numbers aren't helping. I realize more of our mule deer are getting killed by cars than they are doe hunters, I know that, but it's, everything's affecting them, and, you know, it's getting to a tough place.
okay,
Karen, just an observation, you know, I would caution us about making broad statements, particularly as it relates to elk and deer interactions. So there is no doubt that the science supports it. The Elk Foundation did a pretty rigorous literature review a few years ago. There's no doubt there's certain cases where elk are having a significant impact on mule deer. And then there's other places where that's not happening. And I know in our area, the department had 2 graduate students that did their master's thesis, that looked at this issue and found out that there was very little competition between those species. And just as an extension of that, within the Sierra Madre elk herd, we were up to 12 to 14,000 head of elk. And through a series of things, changing things, we've reduced that number down to between 6,000 and 7,000. Now, if elk really do eat mule deer, by reducing the elk population by 50%, you would have thought there would have been a corresponding jump in the mule deer population. And it hasn't happened. And so I don't want to lead everybody to a foregone conclusion that if you just go shoot every elk in the state of Wyoming, we will miraculously have 400,000 or 500,000 mule deer, because that's not going to happen. And so there's a multitude of issues out there. The other thing that if you look at the science, it's a case-by-case scenario. And that's what we saw in some of the stuff down there. So I don't want to lead people to the conclusion that if you kill elk, you save mule deer. There may be specific instances where that is exactly correct, and other instances where there's no correlation whatsoever. So I just always get a little queasy when we make broad characterizations and then set up public expectation. And then when it doesn't happen, and particularly in our case, because we've had numerous individuals that's like, kill the elk, and it'll save the deer. And in fact, it hasn't happened. Our deer population is still, you know, it's hanging in there. But we certainly didn't see any corresponding jump in productivity or winter range survival in bad winters. So it's just cautionary note going forward on that issue.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Larry, and knowing that it's
complicated, yeah.
Mule deer populations are following sagebrush populations. And it's, a lot of it is to do with the quality of the sagebrush and what's going on in the sagebrush. And yes, you can impact that with too many elk on the winter range where mule deer are. But that isn't everywhere. There's not, you know, in my area, we got elk feed downs, right? So it's not on the winter range. And you turn them all loose, that's another story.
So I'm thinking about, I'll capture this, that the quality of sagebrush is an important component for that with the mule deer. I'm thinking about if we jump to that option stage, so what do you want to do about it that keeps us within the policy realm and not straying into management land? I'm just wondering if there are ideas that come to mind that the group could start chewing on that might help address some of these challenges, recognizing the complexity, that it's not just kill the elk, you'll get more mule deer.
So I like as a starting point, the idea of coming with the Mule Deer 101, so that everybody can have a common understanding of the current status, the current science. We do have one of the best mule deer researchers in the world right here in Wyoming that will be glad to come If he's not available, we'll make him available.
Is this Kevin?
We had 60 or 70,000.
So Carrie, I've had this discussion with a couple of the task force members, and this is, so we said, well, let's stay out of the management and deal with the policy. In a wonderful world, that would be perfect, but it can't happen for a new, because sometimes the policy drives the management. And in other cases, we have management that now is driving us to make policy decisions. And so I don't know where that fine line is. And let me see if I can give you an illustration of where I think this starts to intersect. And it may be, let me give you an illustration. So one of the issues that we grapple with that is a policy issue is hunter crowding. That may be a management issue. Hunter crowding is being driven by season structures, quotas, general license versus limited quota. And what that does in areas where you have a 50-50 private public land interface, and we structure a season that we get a massive influx of hunters at one point in time. And that drives game, whether it's elk or deer, towards the private property that exacerbates, in some cases, the issue of the grass issue that we talked about earlier. And so in scenarios like that, it's actually the management, how we choose to manage hunters, is creating a policy issue over here. How we may want to compensate landowners to deal with something that may or may not be addressed through management. But if we just say we're not even going to look at that, I don't know that we're going to solve that issue from a standpoint of the policy side. So there's an intersection between policy and management.
Sure.
I don't know where that gray area is, Brian, but I certainly see in several instances where the management aspects are pushing us towards a policy decision that may be remediated, not maybe solved, but maybe remediated with some of the management. And let's use mule deer for an issue, hunter crowding, quality, declining populations, and yet we heard Si talk about, the influx into these general license areas for elk and mule deer. Maybe that's a management issue, but it's now going to drive a policy issue of now we need to go limiting quota. And so I'm at a stage where I just think there's some of these issues that are going to have to be discussed in tandem and say, can we resolve it with the management, or do we really need to go to the policy? And how do we have that conversation? Where clearly those are creating policy issues due to management application. And I don't know what the answer is, and I'm asking a question, but I see that we're going to get there. And I think we're already working in that area now. We can't discuss maybe the doe issue, but it may be driving us to another policy issue over here.
And so I'll use your analogy and I'll tell you where I think that we're not going too far. And that's if we say, based on all of our discussions and our analysis and the public comment we've heard, it's become abundantly clear that the quality of experience for mule deer hunters has declined for a variety of reasons. We recommend that the commission reduce densities of deer hunters in certain places where there's too many. That doesn't get into the biology because you still have a lot of different tools on how you accomplish that objective. How you accomplish a reasonable harvest, provide opportunity. There's a lot of ways though to spread out density of hunters. I think where we're really over the line is when we say, Game and Fish needs to start having this specific season structure, even to the point of prescribing and recommending things that are down to things like no more doe hunting. I think that's a biological issue.
So from a policy standpoint, we come back and we said we recommend that the department look at a range of alternatives, including multiple seasons and different weapon seasons to address hunter crowding. That's a policy discussion. We're not telling you you have to. We're saying here's a recommendation to try to disperse these hunters.
Here's another one. I think if the task force said, we recommend that the department strongly consider statewide limited quota for mule deer. I don't think that's good because I mean, that's a public policy decision as to whether we're limited in how we issue deer tags. We can still accomplish the same management objectives, whether it's limited quota or not. It's a different prescription. It's when we get into the actual prescription to meet the management objective and start saying this is the how, where I think we're going too far.
Brian, is it a fair shorthand? My pea brain has separated out like the management is the biology of what's best for the animals and managing those herd sizes as they need to be. The policy is how you manage the people interacting with them, and the stipulations around that. Is that a fair shorthand?
I think that it's complex enough that it's hard to summarize like
Okay.
that, but I think that you're on the right track.
Terry, you can write down, Brian said we should go limited.
But so that is an option, something along those lines when we think about lots of elk, not enough mule deer. It sounds like that is a policy option that might address some of that, and thinking about it, while it might decrease access in certain ways and having less flexibility, it might actually increase opportunity in the long run by better letting you meet management goals, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, here's what I charge my people with, and this is what I think the public expects. I charge my people with using facts and science and numbers to establish how to meet objectives that are set by the commission. And if they're hampered in doing that, that's a problem. That's a line. They've got to have that ability to use their expertise, what they see on the ground, what they hear from landowners, and what they hear from the public. I mean, that's the social science
That's a piece of it, yeah.
And that's very local. I mean, wildlife management in Wyoming, we're having a big discussion for the whole state here with 18 members of the task force, but really the management decisions are made at the local level. I mean, you all seen that, all of you that hunt, you've seen our wildlife managers say, we're going to change the quota for doe fawn antelope next year by adding 25 licenses. I mean, that's how fine scale my folks look at this. And that's what I charge them to do. And I really, at the end of the day, my gauging of the public is that that's what they expect of their game and fish department.
Okay. Joe, you had a hand, and then.
Well, I'm trying to think of it. Well, I'll throw it out there and you can just tell me if that can kick it down the road. But going back to that conversation about the perceived desire for opportunity, specifically around deer versus having evidence and fact, my question is, do we have data on how many general deer tag holders actually hunt in multiple regions in the state? I mean, in all the years I've been here, I think I've hunted as far as Glendo and Laramie, maybe, for mule deer. And so if we don't, can we survey? Is there a way to get at that? And again, maybe this is part of a work group or something, but that's one I would have, because we keep hearing about that might be a useful tool in managing mule deer populations still in quality hunt. But then I hear everybody say, yes, but I want to be able to hunt the Grays River area, and then I want to come clear over here and hunt the east side of the state. Do we know? I mean, are there a pile of people actually doing that, or is that just this fear of losing an opportunity, whether or not I'd ever actually take advantage of it?
It's happening. The scale is where I can't help you, but we have the information. So that can be a part of this presentation that we do at the next meeting, where we talk about how many people are actually doing it. I mean, we've got information on how many people buy and actually harvest 3 elk. You can buy 3 elk licenses in the state. How many people are actually doing it? And then how many people actually kill 3 elk? We've got it.
And that's a kick for fill out your hunter survey. I mean, be honest and get on that hunter survey and get it sent in every year, because that provides valuable data that the Game and Fish uses. And when I teach my hunter safety classes, I mean, that's one of the things that I try to emphasize. Hey, when they send those out every year and everybody gets one, or at least a majority, fill those out, because that data is important for the Game and Fish to have.
Good. I tried to capture this question here because later these notes will be helpful. Is the curiosity, Joe, wanting to know how mule deer hunters are actually moving, and are they accessing the whole state? Like, is the demand for truly general, broad options that important to people? Trying to get a sense of that.
In essence, what we hear on the one side is we might be able to manage the mule deer population, the hunting experience better if we actually look at regionalizing permits for that management. That we hear the flip side, which is hunters don't want to lose the opportunity to basically hunt statewide. I just don't. I'd like to. the majority of the hunters or even a significant number that are doing that. So is it a perceived opportunity or is it a used opportunity, I guess is what.
Okay, so we can get some data. So is it fair to put this on the agenda for March, that we can get some better understanding of the mule deer science and also the hunter demand and the potential impact of that regionalization? Good, all right. I don't think we need to have a subcommittee working on this because we need to get more information before we do so. Is that fair to say? Can we turn it over to public comment then, knowing that after public comment, we have some very solid logistical things, including scheduling. And I know Rusty needs to take off a little bit early today. Any other pressing topics before we open it up for public comment? Okay, I will start drafting up the pieces that we'll put on the March agenda to make sure we're all clear on those before we leave today. Do we need to take a quick break before we do public comment, or can we roll right into it? Not seeing shaking. We can roll with it.
I feel like in Pat's absence, there should be a knee-jerk motion.
Nobody has moved today. Nobody has been so moved since the opening. All right, and I'll just remind folks, especially as the afternoon draws on. To keep you going, we have a chocolate to sustain you through the afternoon. So please harvest at will. There should be plenty in there, and pass them to the audience when we're done. I'd just like to remind folks as the afternoon draws on and our attention wanes, to rein in your side conversations as much as possible, to show respect for our folks from the public that are coming to comment, and also allowing the folks on Zoom to be able to hear them. So just ask you to hold tight and stick with us through the end here. We've got a list of folks that signed in.
Yeah, we had two from this morning. We've let them start. Peter, I think you're first.
Oh, and then just a note on the technology. We think the speaker is working. So maybe after these two, if we could go to some of our folks online, and that way, if it's not working, they'll have time to type their comments while other folks are sharing from the room. So after these two that signed up this morning, we'll go to online comments and then continue with the folks on the list in the room, if that works. All right. Peter?
No. I'll do my best. Mr. Chairman, Peter Nicolason. I'm a resident of Casper, and I appreciate the work that all of you have done. I've been here today. I regret not having the time or really the knowledge of some of the prior meetings. That's on me because of my busy schedule, but sure appreciate all the time you guys, ladies, have spent, and same comment to staff. Let me know, just do this if you can't hear me. This is a little awkward to hold this, but I'll try and hold it.
Beyonce style if you want.
Does the microphone not?
I don't think that's connected in.
All right. So I would say first that I think that labels are counterproductive, and here's why. My dad is a licensed outfitter. I am, with my brother, a manager of a large cattle and sheep ranch northeast of Casper on the Converse, Natrona County boundary. And in addition, I have considered myself my whole life for 50 years a sportsman. I don't just hang out at my house and on my ranch. I have enjoyed lots of parts of the state, as I know everybody in this room has. That's why I love it here. I can go, whether it's Yellowstone or whether it's a hunt area on the far west side of the state. So I truly consider myself a sportsman as well. In addition, I have 480 acres in Area 7 that my wife and I bought from the ranch back in 2009, the majority of it. And I'll talk about the 160 acres we added to that about 8 years ago. But I would speak against the proposed rule changes in
especially in the respect that they propose to increase the minimum qualifying acreage. Whether it's from 160 acres to 320 or 480 or 640 or 1,000. I think that's a bad policy move, and I'll get into that in a few minutes. I have submitted a letter that is in your packet. After I submitted that, I saw that the subcommittee's proposed red lines came out. I have also provided to Mr. Crank some red line comments to that. I'm not sure if they've been provided to everybody, but perhaps Mr. Director, if they could, at least to the subcommittee that's going to be working on landowner license issue moving forward, because I don't want to waste time with some of the more details. I consider myself primarily a recovering lawyer too. So I sometimes get caught up in the minutia and apologize for that. But I think that it's an unwise move and an unwise action to increase the minimum qualifying acreage. I think that that's going to ultimately be counter to this committee's and the public's goals. I think it's going to decrease public access. I think it's going to reduce quality habitat. I think it's going to diminish the experience for hunters hunting in Wyoming. And I think it's going to arbitrarily penalize people like me who have not been abusers of the system, who provide important habitat for big game. Deer, antelope, and elk, we qualify out at the ranch out north of town, and for elk in Area 7 as well. So northeast of Casper, we've had the ranch in our family since the 1890s. It is more than 30,000 deeded acres in size, and there's a substantial portion of state public land, federal land that we're raising lessees of. Many years, my family, I have 3 kids and a wife. My brother has 3 kids and a wife. My dad and my sister, there are 4 owners of the ranch. Many years, and in fact, I can't remember the last time that we applied for all 6 landowner tags for deer, antelope, and elk in those areas north of town. I can provide those areas if you want, but it doesn't matter. Last year, for example, we didn't apply for any of the 122 elk tags. We applied for 1 Area 22 deer tag, and we applied for no antelope tags. We don't participate in access, yes, at this time. We've considered it, especially with regard to some of our property between Casper and Glenrock on the old Glenrock Highway, where our farm is and where there's a lot of state land. But every year, even though we don't participate in the Access Yes program, we allow members of the public to hunt on our property for free. It's not everybody, it's not everywhere, and it's not for the whole season. We do have an antelope and deer outfitting business. We bring hunters in, a handful of hunters every year, and we try to minimize conflicts in terms of when the overlap is going to be. And we try and manage the populations as best we can. We think we've done a good job at that over the last 100 and so years. We do designate areas where we don't restrict any access at all, and those are areas primarily along the Glenrock Highway. Again, that's driven by the antelope population, and there's a lot of state land in there. We have also allowed on an annual basis hunters to access across our ranch to other private land. I wanted to turn though to our acreage in Area 7. And I have a few maps, and I'm going to maybe just provide one to each side, maybe one in the middle. And so you might take a look at our 480 acres. And I think it's kind of a unique property for a couple of reasons. First of all, this is right on the Converse-Albany County line, and there's a state school section to the south that is accessible by the Cold Springs Little Medicine Road. North of that is our acreage, and north of that is a big block of U.S. Forest Service land. The land has qualified for elk landowner tags since we've owned the property, which goes back to the families owned it since the late 1980s. There are, I would guesstimate, one time I looked or tried to figure it out, and it depends on what you consider contiguous or not, what's connected by a corner or not, but there are between 15 and 20,000 acres of Forest Service land adjacent on the north side and 640 acres of that school section on the south. One of the things with my property, and I apologize, there aren't more copies of that, but thanks for passing them around. There are subdivisions on both sides of my property on the east and west side. Those are mostly 40-acre tracts. And what happens is, and over the years, there really haven't been any additional subdivisions. Those mostly occurred back in the 1980s. But there has been more traffic, and so what that does is it pushes more and more elk onto my property every year. They essentially funnel through in the daytime, go out on and this may be a secret for you elk Area 7 hunters, but at night they go out onto the sagebrush, onto that state land, and first thing in the morning they head back into that forest where it's largely not huntable because of the difficulty on, there aren't a lot of open areas. It's mostly dark timber and you can't get up above the elk. So, you've got basically my land is the transition area. On my property, elk are on the property every day. I would submit to you from approximately April 1st to mid-December, depending upon when we get some consistent cold weather and snows. Some days there are a few bulls and a few cows. Other days there are hundreds of elk. That elk activity on my land significantly impacts the forage and the water, and especially my fencing. I have neighbors with livestock, primarily horses and cattle, and it's key for me to keep my fences up. Last year I counted partial days, 19 days working on fences. Some of that's because of trees falling on fences, some of it's the snow, but the majority of it's elk. And running through the fences is not just during the winter, it's all year long. So that's an annual chore, fixing fence, and it's an annual cost that we think is significant. Many years on this land, we've only applied for one landowner tag, and that's in large part due to scheduling, and it's due to two of my kids are in college and the other's a busy high school student. My wife doesn't hunt. When we were able to buy the adjacent 160 acres, it's on the right side of that map, it kind of looks like an S. We had considered putting it into a separate entity, and I am absolutely certain that it would qualify for the minimum annual days. We didn't do that because that's not what our motivation is. Certainly, our motivation isn't hunting strictly either. It's to enjoy the recreation of that land, and I think that comes into some of the consideration of the question that we heard earlier this morning on access and would we allow access. That's a tough one, and I think some of the counterpoints were made, and certainly they strike a chord with me that forcing me to provide some sort of access certainly takes away a lot of the enjoyment I'm going to have of that property. So some years we haven't even applied for either of the elk tags, primarily because of scheduling. I do currently allow hunters on my property free. That last year it was 7. Those 4 of them were either friends or neighbors. And 3 of them were people who called me because I have a phone number on my sign, and people called me and we were either done hunting for the year, or the first guy called me in, I think, April. And I said, okay, you know, it's the kind of respect that we appreciate when people try to plan their hunt, try and reach out to us, and you try and make it work, because I've been shut down before too, trying to hunt other places. And I know what the dilemma here is and what the chore here is to find a way to provide better access, a better hunting opportunity and enjoyment for resident hunters. I get that. I personally experienced that. So I have some hesitation in making my next points, because they might not be well received by some of the people in the room. They're not intended as a threat. Please understand that. But I have to reconsider if landowner licenses are no longer available for my property, some of my incentive of doing what I'm currently doing goes away. You know, tolerating the time and energy and money spent on fencing repairs, accepting the elk activity. I drilled a water, well, I drilled two, but one water well on this property, and it helps to provide water for elk during, other than during kind of the March to September timeframe, and then a lot of the seasonal water on my property and on that state land and on that Forest Service dries up. So the water benefits the elk, and that habitat that benefits the elk it becomes less interesting for me, or less compelling for me to tolerate that. You can see by the map what my option is, and again, that's just the reality of this particular parcel of land. And it's not the same with every 160 acre parcel out there that could be chopped up into 40s. But this 480 acres can, with the existing subdivisions and the other access to the public land and the accessibility of it in general. I think if I were to do that, it's gonna impact the hunting on that school section tremendously for the literally hundreds of hunters, elk hunters, and there's some deer hunters. There aren't very many deer up there because there are a lot of cats, but the issue for the elk is they're just going to get pushed away, and you know where they're going to go. They're going to go to some of the less accessible places, deeper into the forest, onto some of the bigger ranches to the south of me and to the northeast of me, and that's going to diminish the hunting experience for the resident hunters of the state that have access to that school section. So I think that the committee should take the long view on this and recognize the potential consequences. The animal days, I think, is your key. Animal use days. Landowners have relied on the regulation for years, and right or wrong have gone by the rules that say 160 acres. And we may regret that it wasn't raised to 640 or to 10,000 years and years ago, but it wasn't. And so what do people do? Unfortunately, they game the system. Here are the rules. I'm going to play by them, but that's the consequence you get in some of these areas that have seen large tracts chopped up into 160 acre tracts for the purpose of, and we know it happens, and this happened and will potentially happen in the future, to carve up tracts for the purpose of hunting. And it's easy to demonize out-of-staters. Easy, the green license plates and all that. But you heard from Mr. Ewing today, and you heard from some other people today that were pretty passionate, and guess what? They don't have a green license plate. They're here because, and they have what they have because they enjoy and have worked all their lives in many of these cases to have what they have. I got a mortgage on this property when I bought it from the ranch, okay? It's just the way, when you say, I want that, and you can figure it out, I'm just blessed to have been able to do that. I think pulling the rug out from people like me and Mr. Ewing and other people that have worked hard, who have played by the rules, even if you don't like the rules and the consequences, they played by the rules, isn't the right policy way to go. I think it's misguided. I think the baseline requirement's 160 acres. We're talking about, yeah, we heard this morning, there's got to be a number. No, there is a number. It's 2,000 animal days. I'm not opposed from a policy decision if the science, I guess, is there to support it, to raise the 2,000 animal days. But that's the impact on my land, not whether I have 160 acres or 30,000 acres. It's are the animals there? Is habitat being provided? And in these cases, it is. And so, to me, the whole key is this animal use days requirement. If things change and my land at 480 acres no longer qualifies, the animals are still going to be there on a daily basis. And so I think there needs to be more enforcement of the animal days. I think that you can put more of the burden on the landowners to prove it. I think you can put some of the cost on the landowners to help defray the cost of the warden's going out and finding out whether or not it does qualify. And I think the regulations took a stab, the changes to the Chapter 444 regulations took a stab at putting some of the onus on the landowner. I think that's good. I would be willing to pay some amount of money every 5 years just to put my money where my mouth is. And I think that's going to help in some respect, not only provide some revenue to the department, but I think it's also going to maybe weed out some of the real marginal tracks. And I think that by better enforcement of the 2,000 animal days, I think you are going to gain licenses. And I think that's going to be a good result for elk hunters in general. So I think that's the fairest or the most equitable way of proceeding. With regard to the proposed rule changes, like I said, I provided some red line comment. I think that the exception is problematic and actually full of problems. And that's the exception that 160 acre tracts can still qualify if they provide free public access during established hunting seasons to at least 1,000 acres of public land, which is otherwise legally inaccessible. My situation is an example of what the problems are with that exception. First, there's well more than 1,000 acres of public land, but it's accessible, and the primary way is the Twin Peaks Trailhead off the county road in Converse County. You can access this now, and a lot of people do. Most people don't come clear to the north side of my property. It's not motorized traffic. I could provide logging road access to some of this, but there's also ways of getting to this 20,000 acres of forest land. And so it's not otherwise inaccessible. In addition, providing free public access, well, how are those definitions? What are those definitions? And during established hunting seasons, you've heard and you know, elk area 7 is open I guess largely from about August 15th to January 31st. That's a pretty big burden on me and my property to be allowing free public access during that entire period of time. How many people do I have to allow public access to? I think, again, that's an additional problem. And what about those days where somebody wants to come access my property, but I'm up there not hunting, I'm just up there with my kids and my family trying to have a nice day? I think that that exception it's meaningless to me. I think that the focus needs to be on incentives. I think you can create incentives through for landowners by turning an Area 7 tag into a statewide tag. I'm not suggesting I want one, but it seems to me that some people might. I think you could turn it into kind of a super tag kind of thing where you might have some limitations, but if you provide access, your landowner tag now becomes opened up to other areas, and maybe once in your life you're going to want to go over to the Gray River area and fight the bears. I think you could have an additional tag provided for access. I don't have a problem with the concept. I do think, and this is just some general, I'm about done, thanks for listening. I have some comments for what I heard from the members and the public today. I do think that allowing your ranch hands that have been with you for 3 or 5 years or whatever it is, that is going to increase the demand. And I'll talk about caps in just a minute, but we have 8 employees in addition to my brother and I, and only one of them have been working for us for less than 5 years. And every one of them hunts. So there's going to be some pressure on the first time we found an elk shed on the ranch, and now there are elk out there the entire year, and they're just living in the sagebrush and in the sand dunes, and they're happy. The elk populations have changed and will continue to change, and I think that there's some management issues there, but I don't. I'll stop there. I think that making a cap for landowner tags, the elk are going to be there every year. I'm still going to be imposed on, or at least feel like my land's being imposed on by the elk every year. And I think that it's going to be easy for me to almost resent the fact that the elk are there, but I'm not. Now, maybe those years I'll go somewhere else, but it's more of a penalty thing for me rather than, I think, an incentive thing, which I think should be the goal. I think that capping landowner tags, I think that's going to reward the abuses that have already occurred. My tract could have been divided into 360 acre tracts, and I don't want to do it. I'd agree with Game and Fish not to do it in the future, impose a covenant on my property. But I think that one of the things we heard Senator Driscoll say earlier was, well, maybe a property, even if it's 20,000 acres and it gets 2 tags, it'll never get more. That, I think, needs to be more of a contract or a covenant with the landowner to be able to make that decision, not something that's imposed and inflexible for perpetuity. I have lots of other things I could talk about, but I think that covers most of the bases. I'm happy to answer any questions I can. Again, I think that it's I'm in somewhat of a different situation or unique situation since I wear all those hats, and I love it. But I just have real-time experience with a lot of these things, and just appreciate the work you've done. Are there any questions for me?
Thank you, Peter. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Miller?
Is Scott still in the room? Looks like he had to go. Let's see if we can hear from our folks online then, and we'll see if our,
2 more.
oh, we've got 2 more there. Okay. Let's see if we can do our online folks, and that way if it's not working, we can troubleshoot the technology or try, or have them type in their comments. Todd, I think, oh, go ahead.
First one, I have 2. First one is Jay Lehman.
And Jay, we're getting our.
Jay, you there? You're unmuted.
Jay, it seems like we're not hearing you in the room yet. Let's see. Give us just a second to see if we can click a few buttons.
Try Wyatt Whitcomb.
Wyatt, you want to give it a shot?
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
All right, I can see why it's popping up like he is there, but we're not hearing the audio yet.
Yeah, I unmuted and you can't hear me?
Wyatt, why don't you give it a try? We know we've been successful with you before, but let's see if our cords are plugged in right today. Cords being metaphorical. Go ahead, Wyatt, see if we can hear you now.
All right, it sounds like folks are
hearing one another on Zoom, but that we're not hearing them in the room. So we will troubleshoot this in
Can you
preparation
hear
for
me
our
now?
next meeting. Folks online, if you don't mind, I know this is tedious, but typing in your comments, we will have Todd read them for the room, and apologize that that's the best we've got for today. We've got 2 more folks that are in the room. So while our folks online are madly typing their comments, for Todd to read, we'll have our last 2 commenters in the room, and then we'll hear Todd's voice for our folks online, who are our last 2 in the room.
Ted Jenkins.
One last try.
If you come this way, there's a hurdle there. Just don't want to trip you up. There you go.
Excuse me. I'm Ted Jenkins. I own and operate Jenkins Hunting Camp outfitting business in the Grays River. We hunt the Grays River and Wyoming ranges. So I'm really excited to hear the task force start talking about mule deer. That's been a kind of a passion of mine for my whole life. I was born and raised in this country, second generation outfitter. We've seen the good, the bad, now the ugly of Grays River mule deer herd. Just a little history of the mule deer. You know, I believe it's the most sought after trophy. The 200-inch mule deer is the most sought after trophy in the country right now. And, you know, you can kind of argue the fact though, sheep is kind of what everybody's sought after, you know, wish list. But you just kind of go to the sheep show in Reno just happened here. The highest selling sheep tag was in Montana for $360,000, which the Wyoming sheep tag went for $305,000, which blew out our record from years before, like double. But anyway, 2015, the qualifying mule deer tag sold for at the Mule Deer Foundation banquet for $390,000. 2016, it sold for $410,000. So there's my argument about, you know, the demand. We've talked a lot about demand, and demand is increasing on mule deer, and the you know, the resource is definitely shrinking, as we've all seen over the years. Some of the data that I can provide you just from a personal level, in the 1990s, my family pretty much made their living on guiding mule deer hunters in the Grays River. Seasons were long, tags were plentiful for non-residents. Region G, which is the Grays River, had roughly, I believe, 3,000 tags, 2,500, 3,000. I'm not exactly sure, but it was around 3,000. Region H had pretty close to the same. And we hunted from September 10th all the way to the end of October. Hardly seen any other hunters in the woods. Nowadays, there's 400 tags in Region G and 600 tags in Region H, and we can't get away from hunters. We are way overcrowded on hunters. And I've been listening to landowner stuff all for several meetings here. And I think that's kind of indirectly affected to us guys that are hunting on national forests, you know, public land, because I think everybody realizes that pushes pressure to the public lands. But my point there is, with the decrease in non-resident hunting license, where are all these hunters coming from? You talk about hunter shift coming from the Grays River from around the state. I see it every day in the Grays River and the Wyoming Range. Every day I see license plates from 17, 20, 9, millions of 4. I see every county and Wyoming license plate, except for the county 12, which is our local Lincoln County, and very few 23, which is Subway County. So I'm really excited about starting to talk about regionalizing resident hunters, possibly. Personally, I'd love to do Brian's idea, you know, if we got him on the record saying limit quota. For
I don't think that was Brian's idea.
But you know, another issue that the mule deer is taking on the Chinese technology. A guy sitting in Pennsylvania can get on his phone and find a map to get to anywhere on public land, and he's doing it. Another issue we have is, I should say this delicately, but the long range shooting is way out of control and for the mule deer in our country. I can't speak for the rest of the state, but for in Western Wyoming, it's way out of hand. We're seeing guys taking 2,000 yard shots or maybe even longer. And I can't tell you, I find numerous bucks that have been gut shot from these bullets that are shooting that far, and the deer run into a tree or into the trees, and the deer didn't fall over. I didn't hit him. I'm shooting this awesome burger bullet that on TV, when you shoot them, they fall down and roll down the mountain. Well, it's going to take me all day and half the night to cross this ravine to get across there. So we're going to go on and continue hunting and claim I missed him. Then 3 days later, I find the buck with birds all over him in the trees. I've got several pictures of those. Happens with the elk also. So I'd like to see the task force kind of address some of this technology issues. How you do it? I mean, what do? You just make the shot distance illegal? Now weed out the honest guys? I don't know. But there's a lot of people that are, you know, everybody's packing a phone and everybody's videoing their hunt nowadays. So if you're doing something wrong, you're going to get video, especially if you're doing it in that country where there's a lot of hunters around. You're going to get videoed, and there's a little bit of a repercussion there. So like I said, I'm excited that to hear you start talking about the mule deer. You know, I'd love to see the regionalizing residences start, but I think in Western Wyoming, unfortunately, I think we should have did that 20 years ago. I'm afraid we might be past that. I know there's a lot of residents out there that like to come over in our country and hunt because it's the first deer season opens. Man, opens September 15th. That's awesome. And go at 10,000 feet and hunt in September. And then they don't kill something, they come back or whatever and hunt wherever part of the state they go next. So that's pretty. I know there's a lot of the residents that I talk to, local residents in Star Valley, that would give up a year after year deer tag to hunt to have a more quality hunt. And they would give up that year, they could hunt every 2 to 3 years. So, I mean, I think it's time that even the local residents in Star Valley are starting to, hey, we can compromise here if it brings back our big mule deer and our quality of our mule deer hunting land. So, you know, we talked about elk numbers, and you know, and elk numbers in the Great River. You know, if you talk to our local biologist, he's claiming that our numbers are down on our feed grounds, and we have the feed grounds, which are a wonderful thing in Western Wyoming. But our elk numbers are still really good. I mean, when I'm seeing, you know, elk all deer season long, it kind of gives me something to look forward to in October. So, but anyway, I won't take up any more time. I would like to thank all of you on the task force. I know it's a lot of time that you guys put in a lot of meetings, a lot of traveling on crappy roads. So.
Any questions for Ted?
I have a question to Brian, kind of on the issue of wounded animals. I assume a lot of that gets turned into you guys. I assume like when you find something an issue, you might turn that into a game fish to take So are we seeing an increase in that? And if we are, is it bullet holes? Is it archery misses? do you have any data on that we could see at some point, just to see what the trend is?
Yeah, we don't have good data because the sample sizes are so small. I mean, everybody doesn't tell us about it. So the sample sizes are really small. It's not informative, but what I will tell you has increased is the reports of people taking really long range shots and people being very frustrated with them. That has gone up significantly in the last several years. And it's been something that the legislature and the commission have wrestled with. You brought up the issue. I mean, how do you enforce, you can't shoot more than 600 yards? I mean,
What's the number?
yeah, and then what's, for one person, it's ethical at 300, and another person, it's ethical at 2,000. And so that it's not something that is isolated. It's common. Now there has been in the past some studies that have been done on archery losses for specifically with elk. And I'm going to forget the numbers, but it's 20 to 30% of the total elk harvest in some areas we've seen the same with wounding loss. And those are pretty rough numbers, but there definitely has, and that's a dated study. And I do know that a lot of our folks feel like it's lower now because of the technology. Technology is better. People are more lethal with archery equipment.
Because it doesn't seem to be hurting the elk numbers anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, the long range is just rifles. I mean, you're looking at, there's some guys taking 100+ yard shots with bows, which I think is absolutely not good either. So, and kind of back to the mule deer thing, we do have, and the legislature kind of put a hamper on it. We had a guy in Utah, and he's probably going to crucify us about it, but anyway, he's selling GPS coordinates to big bucks in the western Wyoming. Comes and spends all summer scouting and takes pictures and puts them on his website and sells it. Well, legislature put one line in a bill to outlaw. Now he's just selling good places to hunt. There's no GPS coordinates involved. So it's, we need to kind of readdress that situation. I think the deal is going to help us with that. That's just not ethical.
Larry? Just one thought process. I think if you really want to get into it, you can't regulate how long people shoot. And that's really not the way to get at the issue. The issue is, and the reason that this wasn't an issue 25 years ago, it's the technology. So if you're going to get to, and you want to go down this road, is you have to limit the technology. That's what's changed. It's not the shot. People were probably shooting at 1,000 yards. They just couldn't hit shit. What's changed is the technology. So if you really want to get to this issue, whatever the ethical shot is, you got to address the technology. And that's the only way to limit that ability. Shoot all you want if you can't hit anything. It's the technology that's allowed us to reach out there. And so if you're going to address it, in my opinion, that's the only way you can go about it. Because you can't address the ethics of long range shooting when the technology affords it, because you can't have a game board with every hunter in the field.
Well, it's just kind of like the airplane rule, How do you enforce the airplane?
Oh yeah, it's not.
You don't enforce it. You don't enforce that. It just took the honest guys out of the system. So I think if you make a rule, then the honest guys will stick to it. But it'll cut it down. So.
Ted, I will offer this to you in your comments. If you have the wildlife conservation license plate, there's no county identification. Just want to let you know.
I know that.
Thanks for your comments, Ted. Much appreciated. All right, our last one, Sean Lovelace. You got it.
Sean Lovelace, like you said, I'm actually a small landowner in Area 7. I've been there for 5 years now. I'm hunting every day from about August 15th to the end of the year, out there in the field every day. Obviously the landowner issues, mostly what brought me here today, and the tidbits information that that I get from my father-in-law about kind of what's going on. Would be kind of, some of the things that, I've talked to outside people here lately, and everybody's like, ooh, what committee? I mean, just, you'd be surprised, and me kind of, being through business in this town, it's amazing what information doesn't get out. You guys may think that public comments is getting out there and getting some good feedback, but in reality, it's very, very small still group of select people that are getting any kind of input into any of these issues. So I guess, that's kind of one place that I would like to see if there is a way of improving, maybe with the help of the Game and Fish, trying to, get, a little bit more of a public comment involvement, if you will, because I don't feel that, nobody I talked to is really, like I say, they were like, what is this? What's going on? I mean, these guys are all kind of trying to come up with policies for us, which I appreciate, what's going on, and the idea and the heart and soul of this whole thing is awesome. We're all hunters here. We're all passionate about what we do. That's what we're here. So, so I think it's, it's the number one goal is here, but, I think that, trying to, kind of before things really, really get pushed too far out down the road, that, that if there is a way of reaching our fingers a little bit further out there, again, maybe with the help of the Game and Fish over there looking at this computer, maybe we can tap on some more shoulders. And I don't know if he's allowed to do that or not at this point. Anyway, the original thing, again, that brought me here was the landowner deal. Very passionate about elk hunting. That is one enjoyment that I've been able to have with my property. We have I fixed up this cool cabin, and we've been able to enjoy that. Have some awesome neighbors up in that neck of the woods. But, I think, just kind of like everything else, a lot of this seems to me to come to, quality of hunting, hunter density. I mean, that's where it all kind of keeps bouncing back and forth, and a little bit of game management that's obviously got to go along, and habitat management that goes along with that as well. The hunter density, I don't think that the landowner, suggestions are going to help out too much with the hunter density. I think it might have a negative impact to that, as far as, if you take away some of the tags added into the public pool, you'll increase the odds a little bit for the public hunters, which, is a little bit of win for them, but it's also going to increase the density as well, which that seems to be a really large concern with a lot of people. So I don't feel that that's really the solution that we're looking for. And I kind of feel like that the whole landowner attack is, not an attack. I mean, it needs to, maybe it does need to be reviewed, but I kind of think it's more of a fingerling of the larger issue of access all around. I think that, we're like looking at these tentacles of issues that are here when, there's some top priority issues that are up here. These ones will definitely affect this one. And I just hate to, come through and make some suggestions or policy down here that, in retrospect, once you get back up here, you're like, oh, that's just not working out, I mean, so I just really want everyone to think about, access, hunter density, that seems to me to be one of the hunters' largest issues, so, if we're wanting to increase access, I think from what I've been told, maybe corner crossing is one of the only other access issue discussions that we maybe had within the group, my first meeting. So I can't put a lot of input in on that. But if so, why is that the first conversation of access of any kind, when it's, in my opinion, kind of the number one problem that we really need to address is access and hunter density. I don't have the answer. I just kind of feel we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit on some of this stuff, and maybe need to reel it back just a little bit and kind of address, maybe see if there's something on these larger issues that might shake out down below. And then again, on the public comment side, would love to see if there's a better way of getting information to the public to, young, old, I've talked to all sorts of people, and they're just kind of like, what's that? Very few people knew what this committee was. The idea of the committee's great, love it. But, I think again, the pool of information is still pretty small. So, so that's kind of my main thing on the landowner deal. I mean, and hunter density, the mule deer stuff, I think it's awesome. I mean, I'm passionate about mule deer as well. would love to see, possible solutions of increasing our mule deer populations. Again, I'm not the biologist, so, I'll be there to vote though.
Any questions?
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, so how do you best receive information about something like this? How would it be the best for you so you'd know right away?
That's a great question. Because you got the young guys, the old guys, and everything else. There's other groups, I think, and I haven't checked on them. Maybe they are offering the information. But obviously the Facebook posting is huge for everyone. I mean, that's a simple way of getting out there. I mean, for you guys, your email pool, which maybe I don't know. A lot of my stuff goes to my junk email. Maybe I miss it there too. But just a few possible ideas. I mean, I'd love to hear some other ideas on how to get more people informed, because I just don't want, a lot of people kind of feel like it's a railroad commission in here too. Like they're voting on what for me? What? I mean, that's just kind of, I'm just telling you what I've been hearing. So, it's just kind of before, a lot of backlash or whatever comes down the pipe. I just think it'd be a better, solution to try and get a little more information out there if possible. So, any other questions?
Yeah. Any other questions for Sean? Thank you, Sean. Right on that note, I will let you know, just an idea that was presented to me was, because we've at Muley Fanatics, we've certainly used all the social media platforms that we have. I know that the department has, but I know there are a lot of folks that don't participate in those platforms. And one thing that was brought was maybe a public service announcement through like the Cowboy State Network News or Dawn Day Weather, something that has a broad outreach across the state, that maybe that would be something.
Josh Corsi's recommended old school.
Yeah. It's impressive. Yeah.
Just no, this is a question this is something that comes up all the time. We have 300,000 emails. We put it on our website. We talk about it in all of our publications. I mean, so I'm just trying to find some new ways to make sure we're not missing anybody. I will tell you that when that proposed some of those ideas for the landowner license stuff went out, there's a lot of people that saw it. Yeah. Everybody in here's phone went up about that. So.
I was gonna say the YSAC survey should be a good opportunity to provide some rich content and hopefully reach some folks who maybe haven't been tapped yet. So that's something that's coming. Dwayne,
do we put anything in Wyoming?
Yeah, it's been in wildlife. It's been in there several times.
It was there this definitely last 2 weeks.
Press releases go across the state too, and every media outlet from Sarah, before and after.
Okay. Anybody else in person?
Todd has two.
Okay. 3 now. All right.
Okay, this is from
Brian. Says Mule Deer Area 131, Sand Dunes area in western Wyoming. One of the most overhunted general deer areas in the state, with very few deer ever harvested. Brian Nesbitt said he was not aware of other deer areas offering doe/fawn licenses for mule deer. Here's your example: 90 to 100 doe/fawn licenses, type 6 and 7. Why are these licenses issued if mule deer number are so low? More urban mule deer in towns than in some general areas of southwest Wyoming. As a comment. This one's from Levi Jensen. I would appreciate it if the Taskforce Subcommittee would take a look at the management objectives listed in the job completion reports and try to determine if there's a way to make the Landowner Tag system complement the Game and Fish's management objectives. I think the management objective system / process could use a thorough review as well, and possibly some tweaks could be made to improve it and get it more public input. And third one, I guess, unless the task force has any comments on those two. The third one, you need to get a drink of water for this one. It's from Wyatt Whitcop. He sent me an email. He said I asked for it. So I said, so hang on. Here's to Peter's comment. From the standpoint of an average Joe sportsman, you qualify for 2 elk tags in area 122 as part of your family's ranch. If you and or your wife bought 480 acres from your own ranch in area 7, which then qualified you for 2 additional tags, that would be considered abuse by some. Your original ranch would only qualify for tags in one area, and by putting a new property in your own name, you'd now qualify in 2 separate areas for 2 sets of tags. With regard to the gentleman with property in elk area 6, he identified that one of the reasons they don't kill elk is because they go to the neighbors during season. The neighbor doesn't allow public hunting and like the elk because they trophy hunt. Game and Fish is giving those landowners the tags they want, which dictates how they manage their lands. If they didn't have bull elk tags some years because they didn't draw, would they then potentially allow cow hunting, thus helping the commenters issue with herd size? Bull buck landowner tags are hobbling management, and that's a prime example. I recognize something common with all the commenters from this morning. As stated, they all like to hunt their own property, but they all bought the property in part for hunting and tags. I also didn't hear any of them say that they bought the property for animal husbandry. Their property allows them to beat the odds of the draws. I don't agree with the mentality that if you buy the property, you buy the wildlife via tags, but that's what the properties are being bought for. They bought an exclusive place to hunt and recreate on. Why should they also get a cherry on top with a hunting tag? Wildlife is a public resource that the public should have an equal opportunity to hunt. And if a person owns 400 acres, big game move off your property. If the elk isn't exclusively on a person's property, why should a person have exclusive access to the tag? If we're looking at this from a science-based approach, let's consider the acres and the average home range size of the big game animal, and consider that as a minimum acreage requirement for landowner tags. To the public comments from this morning, there are many sportsmen applying for tags that are just as passionate about hunting as you are and your families. It must be realized that you're guaranteed tags every year. Take tags from the quota everyone else must compete for. It is fair that your family can hunt. Is it fair that your family can hunt 2 bulls per year when other people have never drawn at that tag? They don't have the elk mount in their office because they have never been able to draw that same tag. But you should, for some reason, be entitled to hunt that public resource every year. The task force is trying to do what's best for the greater goods, so it's not an attack to any specific person or property. It's good that kids come back from college and stay in Wyoming because they love the opportunity they have. But what about the kids that have applied for the tag since they were 12 and not drawn before they left for college because their odds have been 15% every year, and they don't love what your kids love because they haven't had the opportunity to experience it? We should not have a small number of people that monopolize the opportunities and live in an alternate reality than the rest of the public. I think the comments from the public speak for themselves. We heard from a few people that own land under 1,000 acres, and their property motivations were tied to hunting and recreation. We heard from other landowners with large ranches, and their issues were with elk management, emphasizing their ranching operations as their priority. I challenge you to find that break where motivations switch from hunting to ranching operations. I think you're very close with the 1,000-acre mark. You can't grandfather anybody into their game tags. First off, people have to qualify based on animal use days, and that could change. So no property is guaranteed a tag. A second thing, we're having these discussions because we recognize abuse. Why would we grandfather in the abusers and their properties? I don't agree that we should be considering the proportion of land in an area as a component of the proportion of tags that should be available to landowners. We may have 50-50 split of lands, but we also need to factor in the wildlife are 100% public. Just because private landowners have exclusive access to them doesn't mean they own the wildlife and the tags. A few more quick ideas to consider. Additional tags for scaling shouldn't be scaled to acres. It should be scaled to animal use. Instead of separate landowner draw, allow landowners to get the odds rather than play the odds. to clarify, see what the odds of drawing a tag in an area are. If they are like 25% resident tags in area 7, type 1, a landowner's property would get 1 tag in 4 years. And if they don't compete for the tags, but get tags at a rate people theoretically could, would, should, just an idea. The following are in regard to Chapter 44 proposals from the subcommittee. A ranch manager is paid to do a job, and the job is structured according to how the landowner desires the property be managed. Why should tags be transferable to an employee of the landowner? I realize the person's job deals with the management of land and wildlife incidental to the agricultural operations, but I could name any number of jobs in Wyoming that are the same, and those people aren't being considered. The more tags we give out and the more people that qualify for them, the more we are enabling the abuse that we've identified in the current system. Are we seriously considering that a career choice should qualify a person for a non-competitive big game tag? I don't understand the proposal to give out up to 5 landowner tags to an entity. What good is free public access for hunting if the landowners have all the hunting tags? A landowner can be decently sure that they won't be needing to grant public access if they hold all the hunting tags, but we'll still have a big family of ranches with 3,000 or 4,000 acre parcels with different names. You're not freeing up tags for sportsmen. You're simply reallocating them to large landowners. I don't think the Wyoming Game and Fish should be giving out any more than the current 2 tags per landowner. I know residents that have waited for over 10 years to draw a tag, and you're proposing to potentially hand out 5 tags to 1 landowner every year. The landowner tag requirements of 1,000 minimum acres and evidence showing 2,000 animal use days may be appropriate for the first landowner tag, but the second should be available only if all lands used to qualify for the first tag are enrolled in public access. So for elk, if the entire ranch was used in order to consolidate 2,000 animal use days, the entire ranch must be enrolled for elk. If just a 1,000 acre parcel qualified, that acreage must be enrolled. Those lands must be open to hunting for the species, sex of animal, and duration of the season corresponding to the landowner tag requested. I commend the task force for trying to gain public access, but I don't think it's right that private peoples can leverage landlocked public lands for game tag use, for big game tags. I also believe you'll have a licensing nightmare when it comes to trying to determine who gets tags for what access. If 3 landowners have to sign off to get access to a parcel, are they all getting credit for allowing the access? Do they all get credit for all acres, or are the acres divided by 3? Another example, let's use Fortification Creek. If multiple landowners form a perimeter around public and multiple allow access to the same parcel of public, does each one get a tag or just the first applicant? It's no longer inaccessible if one landowner allows access for tags. Is it limited to the one? I realize there was a good point made about the landowner with 160 acres that controls access to thousands of public landlocked acres. This person can utilize the Access Yes program, and that program should be considered acres open to the public, not just private acres. That person should hold public lands for ransom. That person shouldn't hold public lands for ransom to get an elk tag. We need to free up tags for sportsmen as a whole, not cater to individual circumstances. We should also consider that future legislation or programs could open up public lands. I feel like this is a piecemeal approach that benefits some landowners based on parcel orientation and creates an unfair system where we give out inordinate rewards while potentially conflicting with future public access opportunities and programs. Brian brought up the new program for leasing for wildlife. This may be a good time to get rid of buck bull tags and transition people to that program rather than letting them double dip on incentives. Let's not act like the non-resident 7250 figure isn't valuable. It may seem to have been set arbitrarily, but now we have history and we have a constant and a highly variable equation. This number is a springboard for a starting point. Non-resident 7250 full price elk tag cap. Let's consider the extremes to examine the effectiveness of the 7250 number. If elk populations statewide are very low, limited quota tags are very low, so a great majority of 7250 would go to general, flooding those areas with non-resident hunting pressure. If elk numbers statewide are very high, limited quota areas have a lot of tags, which relieves hunter density pressure on general elk areas. With non-resident hunter densities low and elk numbers high, I have to imagine hunter satisfaction in general areas is higher. I guess recently with elk numbers the way they are, we've seen fewer non-resident hunters in general areas, which creates more opportunity for resident hunters. Rather than a static 7250 number that creates the potential for a hunter density disaster, why not use our current numbers contingent upon a verification that hunter densities and satisfaction is acceptable in most general areas right now, and make a model for the future based on that, and those are those number breakdowns. Let's use that 7250 and what it's taught us, set some objectives and adjust the model. Don't start over.
Got it?
Thank you, Wyatt.
Appreciate, Todd, you reading those.
And I apologize to our folks online that, to have to play that game of telephone. Anybody else that we're missing? Okay. Thank you to everybody who came today in the room and the folks online. Appreciate the engagement and your help in spreading the word. Obviously, you all are informed and know what's going on, so you can kind of help us spread that word, and so we can continue to receive that rich feedback from people. So thanks for that. All right, our last steps are scheduling next steps. And just wrapping up and closing today, which part of our next steps is making sure we're ready to go with what will be on the agenda in March. First order of business, do we need to take a quick break, or can we power through to just get it done? Get her done? All right, I thought that's what you say. So March 22nd and 23rd, I'm understanding that there is stuff that evening in Cody that people need to be available for. So our choices are, and you're going to vote with your fingers here, so pay attention. Our choices are stay here and make that second day a half day. So we would meet all day on the 22nd and half day on the 23rd in Casper. Or choice 2 is that we do 2 full days, but that we do it in Cody, allowing people to attend the things in the evening in Cody. So our choices are day and a half in Casper or 2 full days, but in Cody. Ponder. Was this a vote or a comment?
No, just, that's my vote.
Okay, so Brian is indicating his preference. I'm going to see where we're at and recognizing we have a very small subset. And I'm hoping whatever solution we have a majority for is going to work for folks.
My only reason, just so you know, is it works out fine to do it for Cody too, but I was just thinking of the people that are traveling, and it's probably easier to do it in Central. So
yeah.
I'm actually good with either one.
Good. Audience members, if you're having side conversations, if you can just move them outside so we can finish up our business in here, that'd be great. Taskforce smoke. Gentlemen, if you don't mind moving it outside. Gentlemen, move it outside. Thank you. We love you. Go outside. Folks, can I get a sense? And if you have no preference, that's okay, but I'd love to see if we land on something. I got a 1. Entirely indifferent. I had a 1, I had a 2. Ogden, Tony?
Doesn't matter to me.
So our choices are Casper for a day and a half or Cody for the 2 full days.
Cody.
Aye? Doesn't matter. So I have a slight leaning towards hotels are cheaper here. So I
got a bunkhouse, Albert. Okay.
I feel like we were kind of evenly split, not a strong leaning one way or the other.
No, I have Joe's proxy.
You have Joe's proxy? I know Joe loves to go Cheyenne to Cody all the time. Elisa?
Fair, Brian, if there's no leaning either way, there are already contracts here, just stay here.
It does, like I said, I'm pretty sure.
If there's not a real heavy lead, one way or the other, everybody has contracts.
For me, it's certainly easier to drive 25 miles than it is to.
Exactly, Tony.
Cy is changing his vote to a 1. I don't know if that's throwing in solidarity with anybody or just, Pete, did you have a preference? So on my side, with childcare, it is a whole lot easier to drive 2 hours than 5.5. But if I'm happy to go with the group if there's a strong preference the other way, and happy to see another part of the state that I haven't spent much time in. So
I'll change to 1.
all right. So it sounds like we're going to stick with the 1.5 days in Casper. We will be at the Ramcota instead of here, I believe. Is that right, Todd? Oh, that changes everything. All right. So adjust your calendars that the 23rd will just be until noon. So we'll go 8 until noon, but we will be in Casper. And those of you who are going to be driving to Cody anyway, you'll be caravanning up there. April 28th is set. This is where we're at for dates in the spring. Stick with me because we got to nail this down. There was some discussion of moving to 2-day meetings. Timing wise, we are not yet, June will be 12 months. So in our June meeting, we'll be 2/3 of the way through. So you can see the meeting times we have. I don't know if there's a strong push to try to get 2-day meetings in terms of having momentum and not losing ground in between. I didn't poll you for consecutive days. So it's going to be a little bit of a mess, but if we want to try to expand some of these, June 8th was by far the winner for the June. So we would need to look, I can't remember what day of the week that is.
When did you send that out?
I just sent it this morning.
This morning?
Yeah.
Did you send it on the email?
I emailed it to the group. So, and 10 people responded, which means we've got a little more than half. So that's why these are the winners right now, but we want to have the conversation for now. If June is easier, I think the Tuesdays are problematic for our county commissioner folks, so it would need to be June 8th and 9th if we were trying to do 2 days.
I can do that.
Any strong feelings about June 8th and 9th?
I'm good.
That's fine.
Okay. Hearing no objections, and Todd, please chime in. I don't know who's still online, if Jamie, Jen, or Lisa are there. But I'm hearing June 8th and 9th.
Lisa said 1.5 in Casper.
Okay, good. That's what we decided.
And I don't see any other comments.
Okay, so if we try for June 8th and 9th, let's look at May. Do you want to stick with 1 day in May or try to find 2?
2.
May sucks. Okay, Larry's voting for 2 and Albert says
Let me explain more. Because just like when we had the 2-day meeting here before, we all left here. I think almost everybody went out and had dinner. We continued the discussions at dinner. There was agreements and procedures made that made the next day that we were actually able to accomplish something.
There was bourbon. Oh wait, no, I don't know about that. I wasn't there.
Well, I just think it facilitates the ability to have this continually discussion instead of starting all over again, because the way that a lot of times is to have continue these conversations and over dinner and breakfast the next morning.
Yep.
I think we come to resolution on issues a lot quicker.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for that non-meeting time. It's not just about having those 2 days, it's about that time in between and how people are zipping in and out. I want to be mindful of cost and time commitment too, though. And if this means that we're able to get done and we don't need all 18 months too, then that could also be a win. So looking at these dates, I see some nodding about the 2-day meeting. 13, 16, 18, and 23 were all pretty similar in the surveying. I wonder if it makes any difference to folks if we're trying to find a 2-day, if any of those are better or worse. The 13th is a Friday, so it would need to be 12/13. The 16th is a Monday, so it would need to be 16/17, which I think wouldn't work for your county commissioners. So 16th is not good for a 2-day meeting. 18 would need to be 18/19. And the 23rd would need to be 23rd, 24th. I'm assuming 24th is a Tuesday, so that,
It's fourth Tuesdays are always open.
okay.
So 23rd, 24th would be good.
Yeah.
For me.
All commissioners?
Yeah, I don't know of any commissioners that meet on fourth Tuesday.
No.
Okay. So,
The only thing there is, I know there's a lot of graduations that weekend before.
okay.
That if that plays in, maybe the 18th, 19th being in the middle of the week, if that helps.
Yeah, that probably works.
I wasn't tracking all of that. It sounds like this might be bad for graduation, but 18/19 might be better. Is 12th, 13th a possibility? Would be a Thursday, Friday?
All game and fish is not available on the 12th, pretty much.
Okay, so that,
We got a water meeting as well, Larry.
It's out on the
I'm
12th.
doing
Yeah,
first
12.
night for the game of fish, 14th through the 20th.
Water's 11th to 12th.
okay, so 20, if this is bad for graduation, it sounds like 18/19 might be better for some, although we would lose Dwayne. We don't have full participation now anyway, so we're towing when hoping. Would we lose many other folks with graduations, likely 23rd, 24th? Is this a hypothetical or an actual problem then? My kids are 2 and 4, so I don't graduate people.
You're gonna get a certificate of attendance.
Yeah. So 23rd, 24th, we would keep Dwayne as long as we wouldn't be losing anybody else by the potential of graduations there. What about with Jen? I'm just thinking about kids. She's got high schoolers.
They're not graduating.
They're not graduating.
Didn't make it up.
Didn't make it. Any comment from Lisa, Todd? If we could do 23, 24 in June?
Or
May.
I'm sorry, May.
I prefer the 18th, 19th, but I can, right now, looks like.
I've got some from Lisa. See, 13 and 18 are better.
13 is out because the 12th doesn't work. So 18, 19 would be better for Lisa. Except for Dwayne, yeah. If there's other folks that would have graduation related things, it seems like 18, 19 would be better, but we would lose Dwayne with that.
Try to teach redshirt how to pack horses.
Any other strong opinions from anyone else? Gotta go with it. Dwayne, you've been a fabulous attendee. You haven't missed a meeting yet. I think we could make an exception for you.
It'll come out of your paycheck.
Just on the chance that we are gonna have other folks, this is like the week before Memorial Day, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if that would start to lose people for summer yet. I guess school here gets out later anyway.
I do too.
I'm hearing more preference for 23, 24. Can Lisa do 23, 24, Todd? She might be typing.
23.
Yeah, she can do it? All right, so let's hope that nobody's graduating that we need to be there for. And we'll say May 23rd, 24th. I'm assuming these will all be continuing in Casper based on folks' preferences. And this gives our folks time to start booking rooms. Good?
18th and 19th on 23rd and 24th.
So May is 23rd, 24th, not 18, 19. April 23rd and 24th, and June will be June 8th and 9th.
May 23rd.
May is 23, 24.
Sorry, May 23, 24, June 8th and 9th.
June 8th and 9th. April.
April is April 28th.
Good.
Unless we want to try to tack a day on, but I feel like it's a little late for that. All right, so half day for our next meeting. So with that, thank you, by the way, for surviving scheduling challenges.
Real quick, Terry, Todd has one more comment he needs to read.
Yeah, sorry, just short bits, working on Wyatt there, came in. This is from Rob Shaw, public comment please on long range shooting. We advocate a 400-yard shot range restriction for rifle, 50-yard shot range restriction for archery. We disagree with Senator Hicks. There's no way policy can keep up with technology. I know tried this for long range shooting in the past by limiting the total weight of the rifle scope to 16 pounds, but technology quickly improved and is now sub 8-pound long range rifles are common. 95% of hunters will follow the rules with shot range restrictions, would have an immediate effect on saving big mule deer in the Wyoming range and set Wyoming as a leader in fair chase.
Safe.
Okay. Thank you, appreciate that. Thanks for weighing in, Rob. All right, here's our next steps to action plan. Stick with me, we're almost there, but I don't want people to lose these. One job is advancing the landowner straw design based on today's discussion. So taking what we started with, taking the feedback. Adam, Dwayne, Cy, Pat, Brian will do that work with Rusty and Josh in support and keeping them in the loop. We're hoping to see a draft by March 1st. Is that right? Deadline wise? Okay. Drafting initial language for damage and compensation. So making that initial straw design and bringing that to the task force. That group is Pete, Ogden, Larry, Albert, Brian, again with Rusty and Josh in support. And I put April 15th as a deadline for that, knowing there's a lot happening in between now and then, but this will give people time to look at it before our April meeting. Good. Agenda items for the March meeting. I have our mule deer info, so we'll work with Game and Fish to schedule that information. We'll revisit landowner tags based on the new straw design, and then we'll carry over the new information on land swaps and start thinking about options that we could support for that. What other agenda topics? There were things we didn't get to today. Improvements to access, yes. High water mark. Are there any other topics we want to be prepared to discuss? Because we have a day and a half in March.
Access, yes.
Okay.
Is that what we're gonna do your presentation also?
Yeah.
Right. You want to reach out to Kevin? Ask him for that.
Tell him.
Tell him.
Okay. So we'll add access, yes, is another thing we've gotten some initial presentations on it, but to say how else can we improve this thing to get more people to participate will be another point of topic. Okay. Any other agenda items or topics that we want to tee up as hopefuls, assuming we have time for them?
Well, and I'll speak for Joe. He still wants to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he has that committee report, the subcommittee report.
Yeah.
Wait, so license allocation?
Yep.
All right. And you said there was a committee report, which.
That stuff that he sent to all of us beforehand, it was on the agenda today. Joe Schaefer, subcommittee report.
That is a different subcommittee than Pat's?
Yes.
I thought it was the same.
It was on, yeah, he sent it out.
Yeah, I've got it.
I think you're good. I think he.
Well, again, I'll go back to my comment about your productivity.
All right, so we'll put that on the agenda as well. I'd like to ask everybody to put the spring dates on your calendar and we will email them out to you. I'll take pictures of all the charts. Anything else for the good of the
Yeah,
people?
I'd still like to see us came up today with breaking apart of the regions for residents. We've got there.
Regionalization.
It's right now, we heard that today and they shuffle, depending on where.
Well, you see it happening over there in the Black Hills.
Well, we see it where we live, we're the last season state open, so you can see all 23 county plates lining the roads up because if mom doesn't care if they're home for Thanksgiving, they spend Thanksgiving in the hills hunting. And I think it's wrong. It really puts pressure on you.
Regionalization. Yeah, so regionalization of elk and or.
Resident licenses of all kinds.
Okay. All right, we'll add that to our agenda. We may not get to it in March, but we'll have it carry over then. Whole extra half a day. All right, good. Before you leave today, thank somebody for their participation and drive safely going home. We'll see you again in March.